I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, October 18th, 2023. The time is 12:21 in the afternoon. And this hearing is being conducted partially in person in room 500, the council chambers of the Johnny Wilson building, but also virtually. I think all of the witnesses will be testifying. Other than the nominees, all the witnesses, I believe, are testifying virtually. This hearing is being recorded, and as are all legislative meetings and committee meetings of the council. It's available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. And I believe it's also streaming, but I don't have that in front of me, so I can't say where. The purpose of this, or subject of this hearing, is consideration of 4 nominations for appointments submitted to the council by the mayor. PR 25-289, Director of the Department of Buildings, Brian J. Hanlon, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. PR 25-469, Department of Buildings, Chief Building Official Nicole Rogers, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. PR 25-470, Department of Buildings Zoning Administrator Kathleen Beaton, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. And PR 25-471, Department of Buildings Strategic Enforcement Administrator Keith Parsons, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. The stated purpose of each of these is fairly obvious from the titles. PR 25-289 would be the council's confirmation of the mayor's nomination of Brian Hanlon for Director of the Department of Buildings. She submitted this to the council on June 15th, although he was designated acting director on May 8th of this year. And Mr. Hanlon previously served in the district government as the director of the Department of General Services under the administration of Vincent Gray. The stated purpose of PR 25-469 is to confirm the mayor's nomination for appointment of Nicole Rogers to be the Department of Buildings Chief Building Official. And Ms. Rogers has been at the Department of Buildings for a number of years. I don't have that exact number in front of me, but I'm going to say, if I can find it quickly, maybe around 2011. And the stated purpose of PR 25-470 is to confirm the mayor's nomination for appointment as zoning administrator, Kathleen Beaton. And Ms. Beaton has been at the department since, I believe, 2010. And previously worked in the city of Alexandria with neighborhood planning and as an urban planner. The zoning administrator is the one, or the office of the zoning administrator is the one who looks at permits for consistency with the zoning regulations and then indicates whether the permit is a matter of right or requires a variance or an exception or some other zoning approval, and frequently comes up against the community who disagrees with their interpretation. PR 25-471, Department of Buildings Strategic Enforcement Administrator Keith Parsons' confirmation would confirm mayor's nomination for appointment of Keith Parsons as the Strategic Enforcement Administrator. This was submitted to the council on October 3rd, as were the previous 2. Although I think each of the individuals have been serving in their different capacities for a bit before the nomination. The Department of Buildings used to be part of the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. The council adopted legislation breaking up that department into 2. The Department of Buildings is responsible for, among other things, permit approval, enforcing illegal construction or enforcing against illegal construction, observing and classifying vacant property, doing its best to ensure that rental properties comply with the housing code. Those are probably the most important functions of the Department of Buildings. And with these nominations, the council for the first time with this new department is approving not just the director of the department, but these important positions they're under. We have a number of witnesses. We have a number of witnesses, and when I call them, they will each have up to 4 minutes to testify. In some ways, this hearing is like an oversight hearing, and that folks are welcome to testify with regard to issues that they see with the department or its responsibilities. I think that will be helpful as everyone moves into their new positions. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023. And that is, I believe, 2 weeks from today. So anyone who wishes to submit comments or is commenting today and wants to supplement their comments, you have 2 weeks to do so. We're tentatively looking at acting, that is the committee of the whole acting on November 7th and presenting these nominations, assuming they get through committee, to the legislature, to the council on November 7th. I'm going to turn to colleagues. And in the order of arrival, Councilmember Janice Lewis George, if you have an opening statement, and then I'll recognize Councilmember Gray.
Thank you, Chairman, for hosting this hearing, our public witnesses for joining us today. I'm primarily here to listen and speak to Mr. Hanlon, our mayor's nominee to lead the Department of Buildings. As chair of the Council's Committee on Facilities and Family Services, we share oversight responsibilities for DOB. And so this is very important to me that we have a strong leader in this role. I'm here to express that I have been impressed with Director Hanlon. Early in his tenure already, he has been open to working with the council and to the public to address issues in the community. Mr. Hanlon really impressed me with his willingness to visit several vacant and blighted properties in Ward 4 earlier this year and to speak to the concerns of neighbors. He showed empathy and interest in resolving their concerns, which for several of the properties in question have been vacant for many years. We have to have a DOB leader who's willing to hear public criticism and take on these persistent issues. I've also been impressed with DOB's willingness to engage with council on policy reform under Mr. Hanlon's leadership. The ongoing vacant and blighted working group facilitated by Blaine Stum from the chairman staff appears to be making really great strides towards improving the policy and budget barriers to success here. Additionally, the recent DOB Day hosted at DOB headquarters was a huge success and really helped my team learn more about the variety of issues under DOB's portfolio. I think both initiatives show Mr. Hanlon is setting a new tone at the top for DOB that's eager to work with council and the public and our constituents to manage issues responsibly. I'll be in and out of today's hearing because of the DPR nomination hearing and a public safety walkthrough I have with Councilmember Pinto later on today. If I'm not able to pop back on for questions, the following questions I would like to hear is what is Mr. Hanlon going to do about the handful of longstanding vacant and blighted properties throughout the district? What is his vision for that? Properties we visited together earlier this year, like 1400 Hamilton and 6109 3rd Street in particular. What is Mr. Hanlon going to do to improve the frequency and quality of housing inspections? We observed issues at 4022 Georgia Avenue together, which is a condo building which suffers from very poor construction quality. We've also got ongoing issues with Petra Management and a handful of other developers who continue to house hundreds, if not thousands of tenants in conditions that are just flat unacceptable. And so what is his vision for DOB addressing these sort of issues as well? And what are we going to do and what Mr. Hanlon vision for the agency around unscrupulous builders? I'm thinking about what happened over in Chevy Chase at 6834th Place in particular. So it's a tall order and a tall task, but the willingness willingness that I've already seen from Director Hanlon to speak to council members, to speak to community members, to engage around these issues, and to really look forward to fixing those issues in a collaborative way is certainly a step forward, along with the expertise he has in this area and the background he has. So I look forward to listening throughout the testimony. My staff will be present in the room today. I'm listening to the testimony. So thank you again, Chairman, and I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gray, do you have an opening statement?
Just a statement to. I'm glad to be able to be here, to be a part of this hearing. Brian Hanlon is a longtime friend of mine. He has worked hard in the District of Columbia. And I'm delighted to hear his statement and to work with him to try to be able to continue to move forward with this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. With that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the witnesses listed on the first page of the witness list: David Maloff, Mimi Noorani, Liz DeBarros, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association, Valerie Jablow, Anika Landrino, Meg Rogensack, who's an ANC Commissioner with ANC 2B, Nakila Smith, and Tyson Graves. And let me see, if you're in gallery view, the clock is in the top row.
Well, my speaker's not properly connected.
What's that, Mr. Maloff? So at any rate, be mindful of the clock. Everyone has 4 minutes. Mr. Maloff, you're first. I heard him say something about speaker not connected, even though I heard that. So if necessary, what I'll do is I'll skip you and come back. If I can get fixed, give me a second here. Mr. Maloff, are you coming to life here?
Mr. Mendelson?
Yes.
Mr. Mendelson?
I heard you call my name, and then I saw
Mr.
you.
Mendelson?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sir?
Can
Sir.
you? It sounds like you cannot hear us, but we can hear you. I'm not sure why I bothered to say that if you can't hear us.
Chairman, we can hear you. Everybody on the Zoom, we can hear you.
Yes, but Mr. Maloff cannot. So I think what we'll do is we'll move to the next witness and see if we can contact Mr. Maloff by email or something. So Ms. Noorani, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
You are. Please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for hosting this session. I own a 4-unit residential property in Ward 5 that shares a party wall with a neighboring 4-unit building. This neighboring structure has been demolished, completely excavated and underpinned, all without demolition or sheeting shoring permits in place.
Yes, but Mr. Maloff, no.
Can you still hear me, or are we? Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, so yes, without the permits in place, and DOB is aware of this, but it's proceeded. Numerous new cracks in my building have appeared, indicating the party wall is destabilizing and a human safety concern for my tenants.
First will be last. Well, that's Mimi.
Yes. So I'm I just want to say that there's human safety concerns, and I just wanted to start off with the premise of my situation. I feel DOB is ignoring and failing unsuspecting DC homeowners. Meanwhile, it's been enabling the bad builders and the flippers, not the good ones, but the bad builders who are exploiting the agency's weaknesses. And it is enabling, quote, individuals who are investing in DC real estate and redeveloping them for resale and haven't either understood laws here in the district or are purposely trying to skirt them. And that quote is from a former DOB director from a 2014 WAMU article. So I believe the agency is aware of this problem. It's been the elephant in the room for a while. The DC Council guidelines ask that we state our specific goals when testifying, so I'll cut to the chase. My goal is that confirmations are delayed until it is proven that these individuals can get this agency back on track. We don't need people who can make the agency look shiny and new right now. The agency is a mess, and we need leadership who could get into the nooks and crannies and clean it up. We need leaders who could listen and have tough conversations with their staff. We need leadership that can figure out who is good at their job, who needs guidance, and who needs to go or is damaging. Plan reviewers and inspectors need proper training so they don't create unnecessary hindrances for builders, and they also don't, in the case of homeowners, ignore the violations that we're experiencing. The agency must enforce discipline in egregious situations, not ignore it. It must be clear there's a new sheriff in town. I dealt with a lot in the last 18 months. Before we confirm these nominees, they need to prove they can resuscitate this agency and not just keep it on life support. We need to give them 6 months to prove they have the tenacity, skills, and experience for this agency to revive. It was never my intention to feel like I've become an expert on the failings of DOB, but unwittingly, here I am. I do believe in my knowledge and experience can benefit those, and I'm happy to reach out, and we'll send more photos and pictures at the end of this testimony. The organization needs to serve builders with integrity and efficiency, and it also needs to do the same for homeowners. Again, I suggest 6 months before confirmation to prove everything that we're asking for and changes.
Thank you, Ms. Noorani. I have some questions for you at the end. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would send that, please. That would be very helpful. The next witness is Liz DeBarros.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Liz DeBarros, and I am the CEO of DCBIA. I'm also a longtime resident of Ward 7. I want to acknowledge also the council member Vincent Gray, and also Janice. It's great to be here this afternoon. I hear an echo. Do you hear that?
I do not.
Okay. DCBI is the lead organization solely focused on development in the district and all neighborhoods that make up our great city. And we deal daily with the economic and physical realities of building sustainable projects and communities. On behalf of DCBIA, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am a long time resident of Ward 7. DCBIA supports Mayor Bowser's nomination of Acting Director Hanlon for the position of Director of DOB. Acting Director Hanlon is an accomplished administrator, leader, registered architect with more than 35 years of private and public experience. If confirmed, Mr. Hanlon would be charged with ensuring that the newly established DOB remains on track to protect the safety of residents, businesses, and visitors, and advances the development of the built environment through permitting, inspections, and code enforcement. DCBI is the largest segment of users of DOB. It is in our best interest and the best interest of the city to help make DOB successful, which includes having Mr. Hanlon serve as director. In addition, we have an ongoing working group with Mr. Hanlon, and throughout his time as acting director, he has made himself available to us in our ideas. DCBI would like to continue to partner with Mr. Hanlon and DOB staff to help develop the agency and ensure that its policies and procedures make the most sense for a better DC. We have also had the opportunity through our working group to meet with DOB staff to provide our feedback and discuss our concern on several issues, including tertius, velocity, and the overall permitting process. We have made several policy recommendations that include establishing a common application portal to coordinate agency review, having a checklist provided by DOB describing its criteria when examining permit applications, eliminating additional service fees for tertiary third-party inspections, addressing outstanding payment issues in tertiary, and amending DOB regulations to reestablish an option for a fee waiver for properties that are adaptive reuse or adding to the district's affordable housing goals. We would also like to highlight that DCBIA was invited by Director Hanlon to participate in DOB-led presentations and beta testing this summer regarding several IT updates prior to their rollout. This has not occurred in the recent past, and we think that moving forward, DCBIA should continue to involve stakeholders prior to rollouts because it will ultimately ensure broader awareness and acceptance of new DOB platforms and prevent potentially avoidable delays, disruptions, and restarts. We believe that these policy suggestions, coupled with DCBI's continued dialogue with Mr. Hanlon and DOB staff, will be imperative in advancing sustainable building practices in DC. We look forward to resolving the issues and under Mr. Hanlon's leadership. Finally, we'd also like to express our support for the nominations for Nicole Rogers as Chief Building Official, Kathleen Beaton as Zoning Administrator, Keith Parsons as Strategic Enforcement Administrator. Our members and I have known each of them for a long period of time, and we believe that they work hard to advance DOB. If all are confirmed, including Mr. Hanlon, we look forward to continuing to work with them regarding construction issues that affect the district and making the district a more competitive place to invest and thrive. In our submitted testimony, we provide further details. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Taveros. Valerie Jablo.
Hi, my name is Valerie Javel, and I live in ANC 6C on Capitol Hill. I'm here to testify about the inappropriate use of residential buildings in my neighborhood solely for corporate offices and events, and what it seems the nominee to head the Department of Buildings, DOB, has and has not done about them. Multiple DC agencies have jurisdiction in this. For instance, DOB, working with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, DLCP, and the Office of Zoning, can identify properties that are vacant or rented out and are zoned for commercial activities, while the Office of Tax and Revenue can ensure properties are taxed appropriately for their use. But those agencies seem to turn away from their duties regarding many Capitol Hill residences that neighbors have identified as possibly used solely for corporate activities. I have put into my written testimony links to recent news articles about them. Last year, I asked DOB and DLCP about 2 residential properties near the Capitol apparently used solely for commercial activities, 24 5th Street Northeast and 2 6th Street Northeast. DOB and DLCP only cared whether those properties were rented out for corporate functions or were vacant. In each case, the agencies determined none of that was applicable because the properties are regularly used for corporate events and are not rented out for that purpose, as they are owned by the entities using them thusly, even though there is no evidence of anyone living in either. So it is that DC agencies did nothing to ensure public safety in a dense neighborhood of attached row houses and to protect against public tax fraud, property tax fraud. Along with other DC agencies, DOB is legally empowered to take many actions when presented with any evidence of inappropriate use, including but not limited to checking zoning regulations to determine if a corporate use is permitted, and checking building regulations to determine what codes apply as event spaces have different exit and sprinkler requirements in residences, and checking business licensing regulations to determine what license is needed and what taxes are due for the reported business activity, and checking property tax records to determine if the reported business activity is in accord with the property tax rate being charged, and pursuing further actions, including fines. As far as I know, no DC agency has done that with any residential property I or others have identified as being inappropriately used on Capitol Hill. By my last count, that amounts to at least 24 properties near the Capitol. Brian Hanlon has been made aware of many, if not all, of these properties. In July, in fact, I received his and my council members' assurances that Mr. Hanlon was aware of the issues involved and focused on them. But by late September, after my council member said he had provided DOB with a list of such properties, my council member also noted that he has not seen anything change at DOB and that the nominee did not participate in walking around several of these properties with elected officials. I too have seen nothing change despite ample evidence. My written testimony contains photos I sent to elected officials, as well as a log of the times since last year I reported corporate events at just one residence that is apparently not lived in, but that just last night hosted a large corporate event that resulted in an intersection blocked by illegally parked limos and a sidewalk filled with men in suits and earpieces. That is not counting the dozens of emails I sent to personnel at DOB and DLCP about corporate activities at this and the other property I reported last year, and the multiple times I testified before our ANC about both. Here's what you can do. Hold these agencies accountable for doing their jobs with regard to commercial abuse of residential properties. Residents should not be burdened with reporting possible abuses repeatedly with no effect. We didn't make up DC zoning, business licensing, and occupancy requirements. We didn't imagine that property used solely for commercial purposes are required to pay a different property tax. And we didn't decide to live in an office park that happens to look like a 19th century residential neighborhood. Mandate a multi-agency checklist of inquiry for reports of such abused properties, including all the items I mentioned, and implement budget holds on agency departments that do not use it. Ask the nominee what he is doing to ensure DOB works with DLCP and other agencies on this matter, and consider a formal audit of DOB responsiveness on this subject, as the lack of responsiveness goes in many directions, including inaccuracies in DOB's reporting system, Scout. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jablow. And I do have a copy of your statement. I will probably have a question or two for you. Anissa or Anika Landrino?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Anika Landrino, and I am here in my roles both as Director of Design for HOK, as well as a serving member of the Green Building Advisory Council, the DC Green and Energy Codes TAG, and as co-chair of the Building Energy Performance Standard Task Force. I've worked with Director Hanlon over the last 15 years, while he served in public and private sector leadership roles for the Department of General Services, Brailsford and Dunleavy, and now the Department of Buildings. Some of our earliest work together was in service of his successful implementation and optimization of the DC Green Building Act through DGS and the Office of Public Education Facilities Modernization, demonstrating the district's leadership in green building through its own facilities. Buildings contribute nearly 3/4 of carbon emissions in the district. There is no path towards our climate commitments and fulfillment of the Clean Energy DC plan without climate leadership in our building sector. The district has been a pioneer in green building codes and policy. As we move into implementation and enforcement of the next generation building codes in fulfillment of the Clean Energy DC Omnibus Act, Greener Government Buildings Act, Building Code Amendment Act, and Climate Commitment Act, it has never been more important to have exceptional leadership in place at DOB. And that one that not only embraces the role of climate action and stewardship, but seeks to innovate and engage the community. Building code enforcement is about more than life safety or even climate action. A successful building code implementation and enforcement agency offers members of our community transparency, consistency, and accountability, affordability through reduced utility burden, resiliency, comfort, health and well-being through a good thermal envelope, good indoor air quality, efficient systems, and renewable energy, as well as equitable and sustainable places to live, work, learn, worship, and play in DC. Since assuming leadership at DOB, Director Hanlon has been proactive about outreach to the GBAC, as well as members of our building community, myself included, to identify opportunities for improved building code engagement, education, and optimization. He has already made moves to improve internal leadership, teams, and infrastructure at DOB to not just meet the needs of our community under various climate policies, but to exceed our expectations for how DOB may be a partner and leader in this space. He has sought feedback on how to remove barriers, improve iterative communication throughout the development cycle, increase uptake of incentives, and implementation of innovative building technologies or strategies. I look forward to working with Director Hanlon to bring fruition to his ideas for DOB's role in our commitments to climate action, resiliency, and equity. Director Hanlon is the exceptional leader we need at this time, and he has my endorsement for the Director of the Department of Buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have your statement. Thank you for that as well. Meg Bogensack.
Thank you very much, Chairman Wilson and council members. My name is Meg Rogensock. I'm a 35-year resident of DuPont Circle, and I chair the DuPont Circle Advisory Neighborhood Commission. I'm here today, unfortunately, to say that the system, despite welcome efforts by the Council at Reform, is horribly broken in ways that reward developers that skirt the rules while imposing risks and costs onto adjacent homeowners. This is horrible public policy. It's driving out reputable tradespeople, enabling rampant labor abuse, which the Office of the Attorney General is barely keeping a handle on through really brave efforts at litigating this. It's jeopardizing the structural integrity and safety of existing housing and ultimately making the city's housing crisis worse. As you will hear from other witnesses, adjacent homeowners are entitled to advance copies of permit applications that implicate shared structures, but as implemented, they rarely receive the required neighbor notification timely. This is contributing to gaming of the system and imposes additional burdens not only on the permit reviewers, but on the adjacent neighbors who have no formal outlet within this department to keep informed or to deal with the problems. The permit review process has serious deficiencies. Construction permits have been granted to applicants under circumstances that are at best questionable. Plans prepared by individuals without any credentials that for architecture or engineering, material misrepresentations and omissions regarding scope of construction, inconsistent and misleading plans, and plagiarizing plans, as well as the use of plans that were prepared for completely different sites and conditions. I also would note that the third-party inspection and review process is failing to provide sufficient safeguards against these risks. Numerous weaknesses persist, in addition to the fact that there are problems with misleading and incomplete permit documentation. There's inadequate credentialing of these third-party inspectors, pro forma and tick box inspection, and misleading and false certification. I want to zero in on one particular area of concern, which relates to residential foundation underpinning. In July 2021, construction adjacent to 916 Kennedy Street caused a collapse of the home and injured workers on site. I mention this instance because the neighbors had called repeatedly on the department to deal with it, and the department instead pointed to permits and inspection and certification documents. The mayor was ultimately prompted to issue an order to the department to undertake enhanced safety measures, including but not limited to a retroactive review of the adequacy of residential foundation designs that had been permitted, as well as
Ms. Rogensack, I'm going to interrupt because we can barely hear you. Can you speak louder?
Yes. Shall I start over with this? Where did you lose track here in the time?
Maybe go back in one paragraph.
All right, thank you. Could I have a little bit more of my time restored, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will try to speak up. Is this better?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? I'm mentioning the collapse of a building at Kennedy Street, 916 Kennedy Street, as a result of adjacent construction. The house collapsed and workers were injured on site. The homeowners had called repeatedly on the department to intervene, but the department pointed to permits and routine inspections and certifications to say all was well. Ultimately, because of this tragedy, the mayor did order the department to undertake enhanced safety measures, including, but not limited to, a retroactive review of the adequacy of residential foundation designs that had been permitted by the department, as well as third-party inspection and certification. The mayor said that in particular, FMC and Associates should be at the head of the line in terms of review. The reason for that was FMC had certified that site as safe before it collapsed. They were also associated with shoddy construction at Petworth condominiums, were sued by the Office of the Attorney General. They have been implicated in other lawsuits involving building collapses in Georgetown and in my jurisdiction in DuPont Circle. And they've been reported to the DC Board of Professional Engineering, all without any consequence. As far as I know, that order was never carried out. I wanted to make 2 points clear. I think this overall system urgently needs reform. We need to benchmark against the adjacent jurisdictions which manage to run permitting systems that are adequate and professional, but we need an immediate review of residential foundation underpinning guidance, permitting, and of the appropriateness of this type of structure given the current the current building failures that we are seeing, starting with FMC, but looking more generally at the guidance that the department is providing for this type of construction because of the damage to adjacent structures. I've just seen 3 this summer in my jurisdiction alone. That is not a coincidence. It's a mark of a systemic failure of this process. And I'll be submitting more detailed documentation for the record.
You were getting a little faint there at the end, or soft, your loudness. I think you said you would be submitting your statement.
Yes, I will submit
Okay.
Documentation together with my statement for the record, and I thank you for hearing me today, and I apologize for the poor sound quality.
Don't apologize, but thank you. And I believe Nikila Smith and Tyson Graves are not here, but I'm calling just in case. So let's, I do have a few questions to ask. I'm sorry, we're going to try David Maloff again, and he may be on the phone.
Mr. Mendelson,
I can hear you.
good afternoon, sir. I'm so grateful. Would you like me to start?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sir, I am David Maloff, a 41-year resident of DuPont Circle in Ward 2 and a dug-in homeowner, as many of us are who are saving for home equity. I've suffered through now the new, increasingly opaque and unresponsive DOB for over 14 months and feel quite qualified to comment substantively today, especially given my 30 years of management consulting experience. I'm here today to speak on the importance of repairing as soon as possible the broken neighbor notification program. It is used by DOB to inform adjacent property owners like me, called APOs, early in the permitting process of dangerous construction under Section 3307 of the DC Code that is about for projects about to be permitted next door. Today, I will point out one longer and 2 shorter main areas of concern based on my continuing observation that the neighbor notification program is emblematic of larger issues at DOB that must be fixed to align with the agency's mission of public safety first. First, the neighbor notification program for the most dangerous projects has disintegrated into permit pushing, not reflecting underlying economic value of the economic properties for city residents next door. Second, the lack of in-house licensed technical skills and staffing is dangerous within the department, allowing incomplete and flawed plans to proceed to vague permitting lacking specificity. Third, Mr. Hanlon and Ms. Rogers need to please commit before their confirmation to express their unqualified willingness to repair the grievous damages inflicted on the new NN program by opening a new public comment period and rulemaking to fix the damages in the light of day and full public disclosure. The neighbor notification program is without question a dangerous failure, and I believe these individuals all know it within the department. I've gotten multiple comments. The new program is a mockery, and new, unsigned, yet highly officious threatening forms are now the standard of the day. During August, September last year, I received 3 different certified letters for 2 endangering projects planned for next door. The neighbor notification rights used to allow adjacent property owners like me to comment prior to permit issuance through their hired professional engineers on dangerous, externality-laden 3307 projects to dig below my house, adjacent to my house, and above my house. And to alter above my house. These APO rights were clear and settled rules at DCRA. I could not buy insurance to cover against damage caused by this dangerous work. These projects usually are clearly intrude upon and violate the APO's private property lines and jointly owned party walls. In my case, the project has dug below, entirely replaced my home foundation, and is now building it on top a penthouse next door, too close to my chimneys, rendering them unsafe per DC and international fire safety standards, and putting still unspecified loads at the top of my walls for me to serve as the flying buttress for the next door neighbor, and also to settle upon my new foundation that I don't know precisely what was done. Under the new program now, APOs are forced to sit in silence and wait for a tiny 10-day calendar window for APO comment and to beg for reconsideration after a permit has already been issued, creating a battlefield, degrading civic disengagement, civil peace, degrading it, and endangering public safety. The new process, as is now in place, cannot and will not stand at OAH and Superior Court and the appeals courts. It is not a solution for DOB to push all the legitimate APO comments into the courts. By my thoughtful estimation, there are at least 80,000 structures DC-wide. That's 10,000 per ward on average, easily accounting for a cool $50 billion worth of residential properties that could be affected by this program. The subset of clearly party wall residents is equally astounding, of almost $2 billion per ward, 3,000 structures, 6,000 voters per ward. Mr. Hanlon and Mrs. Rogers are not responsible for the damage done to our residents' rights 1 year ago, but if they proceed without pledging to fix this and go into an open rulemaking, I think they'll be responsible too. Second point, the agency does have a total almost near lack of technical skills and staffing levels appropriate for these dangerous 3307 projects. By any continuation of the tragically flawed silencing of APOs, DOB is squarely placing added risk management liability squarely on the district government itself. I call upon them to issue their unqualified support today. I have a detailed analysis I'll submit into the record that shows the program before October 2022 as it is today and recommendations for reform. I urge residents DC-wide watching this challenge testimony to contact their council member's office in support of my call for a new rulemaking. Our homes are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. Also, 10 minutes for questions. That's a bit long, but we'll try it. Mr. Maloff, I do have, I think you can see me. I do have this table. So you don't need to resubmit that for the record. However, you made remarks that explain this as well as more, and it would be helpful if that was in writing and you gave that to us as well. Just very briefly, there was construction work done on the house next to your row house.
It's ongoing. They're working today. You can probably hear it.
And that work involved going underneath your foundation as well as adjacent to your party wall as well as above the roof line.
That is correct, sir. I'm sorry to say it this way, my foundation was castrated and changed out without my knowledge of who did what, with what quality materials, at what depth. I mean, it's beyond the pale that it reached into my property at an unknown distance. There's probably wood rotting down there that held up the other side of the cement pouring. That has to settle in after 137 years, but we're not hesitating. We're moving ahead with a penthouse above. It's adding an unspecified pressure. I hired two of the best engineers well known in the community, and they're horrified by us not receiving any response from DOB whatsoever, as promised on their official forms, that the permit holder and DOB would work together to get a response package that's detailed in one package.
And you believe that the work being done violates the code? That's a yes or no?
Well, Section 3307 goes on and on, as does Section 106, about the importance of notifying neighbors.
No, I'm not
it
asking
doesn't.
you that. I'm not asking you that.
Sorry?
You believe that the work that's being done violates the code?
Yes, the agency built out administrative laws and highly legalistic rules on letters and online that my wife and I 3 times with certified letters, Mr. Mendelson, had to follow. And they just threw it in the circular file cabinet. And they've eliminated it. Now, you didn't write that provision, but they did.
That wasn't my question. I was going to get there in a second. I don't want to use up my entire 10 minutes with you.
Thank you.
You believe that the work that's being done, the penthouse next door, as well as the work underneath your foundation, you believe that violates the code, the construction code?
I had technical concerns and objections that I used to be able to file and get a response package back to. I've heard nothing in 14 months. Sir, I have no idea if it's safe or not. The plans are vague when they go in up front. Usually the permit holders doesn't want to spend a lot of money on the engineering or on the architect. So the plans are kept very simple. So there's a dialectical process. There's a dialogue that needs to occur, and DOB has eliminated it. They built out the rules over the years at DCRA because these are so dangerous as projects. And the form letters that I got 3 times that the permit applicant had to sign and attest to as a unilateral promissory note were not responded to.
I was going somewhere with my line of questioning. So for example, you said that you hired a couple of experts who were horrified at the penthouse that's being built next door.
Well, without answers to our questions.
So
yes, they certified in writing, sir, that per the code that they could not say we'd be safe because we hadn't got answers to the questions. That's been typical for years at DCRA.
Okay, thank you. If you would submit, you said you were gonna, or I asked if you could take your more general statement that provides some narrative beyond just the charts that you gave us. If you would submit that, that would be helpful. Ms. Noorani, could you explain in a little bit more detail the damage that was done? And I don't recall if you gave an address.
I didn't give an address. It is on 18th Place in Northeast in Ward 5 in DC. Well, we, like Mr. Maloff, in order to, we're trying to properly understand what they're doing. I can say there was cracks on my side of the wall. They haven't covered the party wall, so there's rain that's been penetrating in the party wall, causing electrical damages and water to bulge through the cracks and potential mold and destabilization. And I can say they allowed, once they did eventually get a stop work order and their whole vacant pit filled up with water for 3 months. It was like having a swimming pool right next to your foundation, causing further settlement. But it's been, in order for the engineers to do a thorough report, they need to get the paperwork that should have been probably supplied before the permit was even approved. And we just get constant delays. Or we get sent something like an FMC inspection report that really, they don't even lift up the rain covering to see if there's any cracks, or they haven't removed the initial wall coverings to see that, to adequately survey what damages are under the wall, because normally before you even underpin, you're supposed to repair all the cracks. So you have to expose the walls. My engineer, who is highly respected, has said he feels the underpinning pits are too wide, but we haven't been able to get the paperwork so we can see their calculations. We just recently got it after a year of asking. We got it about a week ago to review, because as a respected engineer, you want to see exactly what they intend so you can go in and inspect and see what should be done and what they're saying, because they may have a way of doing it, but a lot of times they just never give us the calculations. Even the emergency bracing, which took them 6 months to install after they got a stop work order, and that alone was a process. Even the bracing they finally got up has been shown to be that they won't provide calculations for it. And this is FMC hasn't given us the calculations for it. We looked at they poured footings for this bracing, and it was supposed to be on their plans, which they gave us 6 months after they got the SWO removed, which was crazy. But on their plans for the bracing, they said they had poured footings which were 2 foot deep, or they were supposed to, but the actual footings are only 5 inches deep. These are the concrete footings that are supposed to stabilize the building from if there's any more continuing destabilization. And again, I'm sort of new to this. I'm not an engineer. I am learning as I go along. So and this is part of the way that they win, but it's just a constant delay. So if we had everything we needed, we could give you a thorough valuation. We could tell you if their calculations make sense. We could tell you if the calculations they give even apply to the drawings they're giving. Sometimes it's even skeptical whether they're actually the underpinning plans are actually make sense for this building, or if they just gave you something. I wrote to DOB when they first started digging under my building. I'd actually, after much, because I hadn't got a neighbor notification response, I really said, what's going on? Why are they digging? What's going on? I need to know my building's not going to fall down with this huge excavation that's taken place. And I said, how do I know it's not going to collapse? And DOB said, well, let me find their sheeting and shoring permit for you. And they said, oh, that's interesting. It's not on file. So they emailed the architect and said, where's the sheeting and shoring permit? They emailed him 3 times and didn't get a response. So a week later, I go and they're digging under my building. And I'm like, where's this sheeting and shoring permit? We both emailed. The builder wrote back and said, oh, we don't need a sheeting and shoring permit, which wasn't true. And that was the end of it. It was dropped. It was dropped. I was like, here's the photos, here's the digging. I'm not saying that, hopefully things will get better, but yes, it's been, that's just a small example. I don't want to take up all your time. I apologize.
When did this happen?
Which incident are you talking about?
Well, the construction is still going on?
Yes.
When was the emergency bracing?
Okay, the stop work order was given in September after I didn't know what to do, and
A month ago.
and so the bracing went up in April.
Mhm.
It's when they put in their bracing.
You're not helping me, sorry. You said September of 2023, a month ago?
No, I'm sorry, September of 2022. And the bracing went up in April of, the bracing they put up, which I find questionable, went up in April of 2023.
Okay. The inspectors coming out, that was between the fall of 22 and today?
Yes, that's a whole another can of worms, the inspection process. What would you like me to say?
But I'm
more?
trying to get time. So this is something that's happened the second
I
half.
called for the first illegal inspection when I didn't know what else to do. After 5 months of trying, I called for the first illegal inspection on August 15th, 2022. I called on August 12th. They told me they were coming on August 15th and nobody showed up. I kept writing emails and nobody showed up. And then when I finally called the front desk at DOB, they said, this is really odd. Your inspection has been rescheduled for September 7th. And meanwhile, the builder is working double time. And so they're trying to get everything covered up before this inspection. And I managed to get them to push it back. And I think they came on the 19th. And they wouldn't do anything. There was a giant hole in front of the building on the sidewalk where 100 kids play on the street that was barely covered. And even that didn't get them shut down. And they just said, oh, you need to get an engineering report, which I did. And the engineer was, who works a lot with DC, but who works on has had a lot of experience with buildings falling down. Wrote a very strong report, and that was given to the along with the stop work order to the owners, saying they needed to provide us with the drawings so we could accurately assess what was happening here and provide an objective discussion. Sorry.
I'm out of time here. It would be very, very helpful to us if you submitted a statement so that we have in writing what you've been saying. And I want to say that I appreciate that you're taking the time to be here to testify. This is not a burden that every citizen should have to undergo when they've been damaged by illegal construction. We will have another oversight hearing probably in about 4 months. And please keep your ears or eyes open for it and tell us whether there's been any improvement. And because this is helpful for us to know. I do want to make this comment. You had said in your initial statement that you want us to delay the confirmations. These confirmations are deemed approved if we don't take any action. So that's not an option for us. But this testimony gives us something to press the director and the others with regard to how they're going to make a difference. So I do want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Let me turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George, did you have any questions? She may have dropped off. Councilmember Gray, do you have any questions? Councilmember Gray? I saw Councilmember Fruman here for a hot second. Councilmember Parker, I believe you're here. Do you have any questions?
No questions as I jumped in halfway through this panel, but I did want to just say to Mr. Maloff and Ms. Noorani that one of the requests I'll be making of the DOB director is that he follows up with you. It seems like not just waiting 4 months will do, but there needs to be some answers in the interim. And so I'm not sure if the committee has your contact information, but before you jump, if you could in the chat share that, that would be one of my personal requests. And I know your stories are representative of a lot of residents' concerns, and I hope that we can address it as we speak with the director later. Chairman, I know you may not have gotten to all your questions, so I'm happy to yield my time to you if you wanted to use it, but I don't have any questions.
Thank you. I am going to ask Liz DeBarros if she could elaborate on issues, concerns, problems with velocity.
Yeah, so on velocity, we've requested to reduce fees for velocity, specifically for office to residential conversions and other adaptive reuses, given the work that needs to be done for downtown. So the reviews are meant to be expedited, and there's high fees that go along with that. So we're requesting for major development that is seeking to meet the goals that the mayor has for affordable housing and otherwise, and the work downtown, that we have some reduced fees for that.
But are you seeing that with velocity that in fact the approval process is moving much quicker, substantially much quicker?
Yes, the velocity program is designed to be quicker, and it comes with a high cost as well.
Is it worth it?
For some members, they say it is. For other members, they say that, it's something that the agency should be doing, given that these are major development projects across the city that works for, improves economic development, which we need very much right now. So it's a mixed bag, but it depends on the project. All projects have different levels of different costs for different things, and time, getting to the finish line is important. So it's a mixed bag, but the option.
That says to me that velocity's gotten better than let's say a year ago.
I think so for some people.
And how about competitive? Is it competitive with the surrounding jurisdictions?
I don't know those details about the surrounding jurisdictions, but we can certainly get that to you. A lot of it is, especially if you have a large development project, having access to reviews timely is so critical to get to the next phase of the project. And
sure, but paying double the cost is not necessarily a good thing, but you're not able to answer that.
Mhm.
What about Tertius? Could you speak to that for a minute?
Yeah, so for Tertius, that was an example of a new system that was launched without any real testing from stakeholders. And then when it was launched, there was a series of meetings and efforts among a lot of our members to get Tertius to a place where it could function as intended. One of the solutions we think for that program is to just allow offline payments. Because you're paying the third party in the system, as well as the fee to Department of Buildings, doing it by credit card for, especially for really large projects, incurs a lot of fees, additional fees. And if there's anything wrong with the system on DOB's end, which has happened over the last, I'd say 2 years, year and a half, you know, you end up not being able to move your project along. And as I said, like the timing of projects and getting things, not making sure they're not delayed, is key to getting development projects to the finish line. And also to ensure tax revenue for the city for those projects when they're delivered.
Thank you. I want to thank each of you, all of the witnesses, for your testimony. And you're excused. You'll be back in the, whatever it is, the attendance room. And I'm going to call the next group of witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you. McKenna Osborne, who's with the Children's Law Center. Paula Edwards, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 4A. Ebony Payne, who's an ANC commissioner with ANC 7D. Becky Halkias, Delane Engelbert. Kelvin Brown, who's chair of ANC 7B. Alan Gambrell. Betty Ann Kane. Mommy Preston. Darlene Jackson. And Justin Bellow. Let's begin with Ms. Osborne. And good morning.
Good afternoon. And I'd just like to point out that the clock is still on the question time.
Thank you. And also, yes, it is afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm the policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the nominations for key leadership positions within the Department of Buildings. Children's Law Center has spent years advocating for more effective housing code enforcement in the district to protect children and families from poor rental housing conditions that pose serious risks to their health and safety. We strongly supported the council's decision to move responsibility for housing code enforcement from the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs to a new, more focused agency, DOB. To that end, I'm providing testimony today to highlight what Children's Law Center believes is needed from DOB's leadership team, especially the Director and Strategic Enforcement Administrator, to fulfill one of the core tenets of DOB's mission, promoting the health, safety, and quality of life of district residents. We believe fulfilling this mission requires a leadership team that fully embraces the change from DCRA to DOB and is committed to building a transparent, strategic, and tenant-focused agency. During the transition from DCRA to DOB, we repeatedly highlighted the need for a cultural shift in how leaders and staff viewed the agency's mission and priorities. Therefore, we appreciate that Acting Director Hanlon could bring a fresh leadership philosophy and perspective. We hope that if the nominated leadership team is appointed, they will work with this committee, advocates, and other stakeholders to continue changing ineffective practices inherited from DCRA. Recently, we have found DOB to be more responsive and transparent than under previous leadership, and we greatly appreciate the increased willingness to share information and engage openly with stakeholders. It's critical that the director and other agency leaders continue to foster this spirit of transparency and collaboration to improve agency performance. Children's Law Center wants to see DOB succeed as an agency that achieves the outcomes needed by our clients and other tenants. Affordable, safe, and healthy housing. We believe this requires rigorous complaint-based and proactive inspections, consistent follow-through to secure timely and workmanlike remediation, and firm enforcement designed to increase landlords' voluntary compliance. All of this work should be informed by detailed data and public health considerations. DOB's leadership team must establish strategic and proactive policies to effectively target the agency's limited enforcement resources and prioritize the health and safety of district residents. Lastly, DOB must improve its communication with tenants. Regular and open communication will build resident trust and keep DOB adequately focused on effective tenant protection. DOB's leadership team should prioritize updating the agency's practices to include automatic affirmative communication with tenants throughout the inspection and enforcement process, as well as broader community outreach to educate and receive input from tenants. Children's Law Center looks forward to continuing to work with this committee and DOB's leadership team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Paula Edwards. Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm Paula Edwards, ANC Commissioner for SMD 4A01, representing parts of Shepherd Park, Colonial Village, and North Portal Estates. I do not have specific information relating to the nominees, but I wanted to relate my experiences, as a new ANC Commissioner navigating the agencies and departments for which they have been nominated. In the 9 months, 16 days, and now 2 hours since my swearing in, our commission has dealt with a number of BZA exception requests. We've also received reports of illegal construction, improper permitting, and vacant property reports. Other commissioners are dealing with violations of rental property. I received basic training in zoning through the Office of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission, which was helpful, but by no means sufficient to deal with the intricacies of the zoning and permitting process. We have also been told that we can engage experts to assist us in interpreting the more complex cases. I've found the BZA portal very helpful in enabling review of the documents that have been posted publicly. It has been more difficult to access ancillary information, such as historical documentation of previous reports for the same address that are not part of the current case application. One case I would like to use as an example is BZA case number 20962 in my SMD, which was presented at our ANC 4A meeting on October 3rd. This application seeks approval for a theoretical subdivision of a 27,000 square foot lot in order to maintain the original house and build 2 additional houses. Upon investigation, I discovered that the address fell under the Shipstead-Luce Act. Although review by the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts, CFA, under the Shipstead-Luce Act did not bear directly upon the issue of theoretical subdivision, many of us remember the illegal house in 2006 on East Beach Drive that was built on a subdivided lot, permitted by then DCRA without review by CFA, and subsequently not approved by the CFA. This house was purchased by the city and torn down at a cost to taxpayers of $1.7 million, $2.3 million in 2023 dollars. The application for BZA case number 20962 made no mention of Shipstead-Luce. There was no mention of CFA review being required for the building process. When I contacted CFA, they were unaware of the project. The Office of Planning the Office of Planning seemed unaware, as did the applicant's attorney. I also contacted the District of Columbia Office of the Attorney General to verify the theoretical subdivision concept, the Historical Preservation Review Board to confirm that the property was not subject to their jurisdiction. I also notified the nearby neighbors of the ANC meeting and had a lively correspondence with those neighbors adjacent to the property. I offer this example to illustrate how much time ANC commissioners may spend on one case. This case was unusual, but we have voted on other cases that required that we notify adjacent neighbors, review the applications, and correspond with neighbors. Many residents do not understand the process of applying for or commenting on the BSA special exception applications, and commissioners spend time fielding their questions and directing them to the appropriate agencies. We also help direct constituents to the appropriate entities to handle questions on historic preservation and illegal construction. When I took office, I did not anticipate this level of work related to BCA applications alone. Simplified web pages designed to answer residents' frequently asked questions would help. I do not know if it is feasible, but some type of ombudsman dedicated to helping commissioners correctly assess these applications would help the design of the ANCs as a direct government link with the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. It would be helpful to have your statement in writing.
I shall send it.
Thank you. Commissioner Ebony Payne. I don't believe she is here. Becky Halkas or Halkias. I believe she's not here. Delane Engelbert. I believe she's not here. Kelvin Brown, ANC 7B. I believe he's not here. Alan Gambrell. It's good to see you. Could somebody at the table? That doesn't mean, Director, that you get to leave. You can leave the table, but you can stay there if you want. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Afternoon. So my name is Alan Gambrell, and I know nothing about the candidates and their skills for their positions. And I'm really not here to speak to the council about their qualifications. Rather, I want to share a suggestion to the nominees to do something very unlike at least one of your predecessors, the former zoning administrator, Matt LeGrand. That advice: make use of your personal integrity as you carry out your duties. How? Follow the regulations as written. Don't twist the rules to the wishes of various developers seeking to maximize profits. And this other recommendation is probably much harder for you. Don't bend to what many in the city perceive to be the policy goal of the mayor to build more living units, no matter what the rules say. Really, the only thing that binds us all together is the rule of law, and I hope you follow it. Thanks.
Thank you. Would be helpful if you put that in writing and give us as a statement. I'm going to have a question for you when I get to the list. So, is Betty Ann Kane here?
Yes, I'm here. Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole, good afternoon. For the record, I am Betty Ann Kane. I've been a resident of the District of Columbia since 1967, living for the past 52 years in the home that my late husband and I bought at 118 5th Street Northeast on Capitol Hill. And for 4 years before that, we lived as renters a few blocks away in the southeast area of near Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill is my neighborhood, and the District of Columbia is my city. I had the honor and privilege, as you know, to serve my city for over 40 years in various elected and appointed positions, including the Board of Education, the Council, the DC Retirement Board, the DC Court System, and the Public Service Commission. But I am speaking today strictly as a private citizen. My remarks reflect my concern about actions and inactions that are directly affecting my neighborhood and my neighbors, but they also do reflect a larger concern I have about the workings of the government and ultimately about people's trust in its effectiveness and purpose. You've got 4 people before you for leadership positions in the relatively new Department of Buildings, as you mentioned, created out of former Department of Consumer Regulatory Affairs. Mr. Hanlon, I do know fairly well. I worked with him in his prior position as head of the Department of General Services to successfully bring about the build out of office space for the Public Service Commission. And he is also a Capitol Hill neighbor and lives in the midst of many of the problem properties that we will talk about. Ms. Rogers, Ms. Beaton, and Mr. Parsons, as you noted, have each served at least a decade in positions managing permits, inspections, enforcement, zoning, and legal matters in DOB and its predecessor, and several are in acting positions that they're nominated for almost a year. One of the nominees has served for over a year as acting strategic enforcement administrator of the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement. Now, I don't know the difference between strategic code enforcement and plain old regular enforcement, but I can tell you that neither is happening at either DOB or its sister agency, Department of Licenses and Consumer Protection. You've heard over the past year, and you're hearing from others today, about repeated ongoing violations of laws and regulations governing building codes, licensing, zoning in the close-in Capitol Hill neighborhood. Illegal short-term rentals are occurring, and residential properties are being illegally operated as corporate offices and event space. At 101 5th Street Northeast on my block, for example, the owner has been operating with the knowledge of the city without a certificate of occupancy since 2015, without a valid business license since 2019. A gut renovation was done without permits. When it was finally inspected after numerous efforts and 6 months of delay, it failed. The violations are still there, and yet to this day, it continues to operate, renting rooms to vulnerable students and interns and student interns and tourists. We have corresponded repeatedly with the district, and let me just give you an example of an email quote that I got from a city employee. Allow me to reiterate what I was mentioning last week. There's a process that any violation goes through, and there was a violation, an OI process. Such as these issued to the owner for violating the rules requiring one to have a business license to operate a business in the District of Columbia must go through the Office of Administrative Hearings before the fines can be chosen. And I bold this, yes, the property should not be operating as a business without a valid license, but that does not preclude it from operating in practice. And it goes on to say, sort of issuing a cease and desist order, which we'd have to have approved from the general counsel. We can't literally force them to stop. So as long as they're operating capacity that they shouldn't be, we can continue to issue fines that number in the thousands of dollars to, quote, encourage the owner to come into compliance. And while the operation of a cease and desist order remains on the table, we are working with them to obtain the necessary inspections and documents, which can take time to schedule, given the hope that previous complaints are encouraging the owners to come into compliance. And I say, yes, the property should not be operating as a business without a license, but that does not preclude it from operating in practice. I mean, well, whose practice is that? It doesn't work that way, you're saying, in practice. When these nominees before you are sworn into permanent office, as I'm sure they will be, they will each take an oath to, quote, faithfully execute the laws of the United States and the District of Columbia. You took that oath, Mr. Chairman, as I did over a dozen occasions. Faithfully execute does not mean, quote, let me circle back to you. Faithful execute does not mean that, quote, that does not preclude it from operating illegally in practice. Faithfully execute does not mean, quote, encourage compliance in the, quote, hope that monetary fines, which are minor in comparison to the huge profits being made, will convince a repeat violator to voluntarily pause operations. Faithfully execute does not mean leaving options on the table for month after month without action. I'm not going to name the employee who sent this because it was simply a statement of fact. And so I do expect the proposed leadership at Department of Buildings, as well as License and Consumer Protection, OCFO, because there are probable property and business tax violations in these instances, or any other agency to really enforce the laws, strategically or not, and resource untrusted the government that I love and that I respect, and as I'm sure that all of you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane. And I do have your statement, so thank you for that. Mommy Preston? Ms. Preston,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, member of the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. My name is Mommy, and I am a resident of Ward 1 for the last 23 years. I have testified several times before this board and its predecessor DCRA since 2019. I'm here to speak out against the injustice I faced as a victim of a fraudulent developer who excavated under my property without permit, using fraudulent document and unlicensed contractors. This caused significant damage to my home, but I did not let it defeat me. Instead, I fought back. And after 5.5 years, justice was finally served in DC court. Although the developer and his Shell LLC are currently appealing the case, I'm confident that justice will prevail and will continue to prevail. The process was life-hindering, financially devastating, emotionally violating, and there were many lessons that I learned. So I do understand Mr. Maloff's, Ms. Rajan Sachs, and Ms. Noorani's position. During the 3-week trial, it became clear that there were serious issues with then DCRA authentication process. The documents that the developer presented to be incorrect or fraudulent were stamped and authenticated by then DCRA. This is unacceptable as these documents impact civil cases in court. Additionally, third-party inspectors approved all the drawing and construction at the site, which had significant construction science error and architectural drawing inconsistent to the actual physical property. This undermines safety of the resident, integrity of the structure, and violates fire code. All of these documents were, however, stamped by then DCRA. It's been 6 years since the incident, and the building remains unprotected today. This is causing additional damage to my home. I would like to thank the acting director, Brian Hanlon, for personally assessing the missing bricks, the crumbling bricks of the rear and exterior wall, also known as the dog leg. I am confident that the DOB will take immediate and transparent actions to address all the concerns that I presented. I'm also confident that Director Hanlon will work together with the impacted residents and hold bad actors accountable. We can bring about the changes needed to prevent future injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. And I may have a question or two for you. Next is Darlene Jackson. I don't know if she's here. Justin Bello. But I saw him. Justin Bello. All right, Mr. Bello's not responding. Let me start with, who am I going to start with? I was going to ask a question to Mr. Gambrell. You look like you're having a good conversation, which is the next thing. We like that. You spoke generally of principles. You gave no specifics. Clearly, you're motivated by some specifics. And if I remember correctly, and I don't have a copy of, you didn't give us a statement. You were speaking really about the zoning administrator.
Correct.
So can you illustrate your principles with some specifics?
Sure. Just let me preface by saying I am not anti-development. I'm not anti-density. I actually think that the Hyde Act should be modified. I think more density is welcome in the city. Having said that, the examples are numerous. They started probably for me in 2014 when a row house in my block was being redeveloped into 4 units, and I discovered there was manipulation of the basement cellar rule by the zoning administrator to a point of absolute absurdity. And we took it before the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and they frankly disregarded the facts of the matter of how you measure a basement, how you measure a cellar. I'm not going to go into the details about that because frankly, it's too technical and head scratching, but I do have numerous other examples I've dealt with in terms of people in my general neighborhood of Adams Morgan and throughout the city, not just the basement cellar, which we modified in 2018 through a text amendment, but also, for example, the meaningful connection rule, which is a matter of allowing 2 buildings to be on 1 lot, requires a connection between the 2. I'm going to avoid the details. The building height, where do you measure it? What's an adequate court size in order to provide airflow? Do bedrooms have required windows? This is a new thing that's happening around the city. Row houses used to be 4-unit conversions. Now they're 8, and they don't even have windows in the bedrooms. Does the living space meet minimum standard size? Are there adequate means of exiting the building in an emergency? So these are all examples of cases I'm aware of where the former zoning administrator, and frankly, in some cases, the building code chief, were engaging in manipulation, if not outright rewriting of the rules. And that's just really not acceptable in a society that requires the rule of law in order to guide us all toward the same path.
The meaningful connection. I'm sort of familiar with that.
Right.
Because I'm thinking, for example, of on Wisconsin Avenue, the McDonald's in the Channel 9 building, which nobody knows, but there's a kind of an awning, metal awning between the 2 structures. And that's how it's 2 buildings on 1 lot. But that's old. So how does that get manipulated?
I'm aware of 3 cases. One was at the Ward 1 shelter on 14th Street, where city property next to the Rita Bright Center and the DCRA then and other parties contended there was a meaningful connection between the Rita Bright Center and the to-be-built Ward 1 shelter. Well, of course, that's absurd. You're not going to have a connection between an adult shelter, frankly, and a children's center. You just don't do that. And yet the zoning administrator and other parties, including those at DGA, engaged in what I think was outright deceit around saying there was in fact a meaningful connection between the 2 buildings in order to build 2 buildings on 1 lot. It just simply didn't happen. In my neighborhood on 16th Street behind the temple, there's a new and actually quite nice new apartment building that contends it has a meaningful connection with the temple in the front. The building next to it did the same thing. As a consequence, you have 2 buildings where there's only 8 feet between the 2 buildings, and there are windows with the building that was first built. So they're frankly a victim of their own manipulation. They've constructed 2 new apartment buildings and without giving adequate light and air to the residents who are facing that 8-foot width. And that's just not the way the rules are supposed to operate. And neither one of those buildings actually has a free flow of people between the 2 buildings, which is the intent of the meaningful connection rule. And there are other meaningful connection cases. I know that one commissioner, Mark Eckenweiler, you're probably familiar with him, before the BZA, and he lost the case. And it was a clear example of a meaningful connection not existing. And yet the Board of Zoning Adjustment just turns a blind eye to the evidence.
What's going on with the windows?
The windows, well,
Yeah.
one building was built probably 5 years ago.
And when I say windows, you said that there's been some interpretation of windows so that row houses can be converted to 8 units and some of
Oh.
the living quarters don't have windows.
That would be a case where, like I said earlier, row house conversions, we're really just doing 4-unit conversions in row houses. But in the prices have gone up. And so developers are now cramming 8 units into these spaces. And they're cramming bedrooms in interior spaces. But according to the building codes, you're supposed to have a window for a bedroom. And what'll happen is it's possible that DOB may permit it and say you can't say it's a bedroom, but realtors will come back around and they'll market it as a bedroom. And people who are stuck with that are going to be the people who bought into these structures or rented them.
So on paper, the Department of Buildings is presumably following what the code requires. But in reality, I hate to say practice, what we're seeing is that what's being built doesn't comply with the code.
I'm not sure if they're always enforcing the requirement for windows. I'm not going to sit here and say that DOB is always adhering to it properly or improperly. I simply don't know. I just know it's an issue. I just don't want to make those sort of accusations.
The basement cellar, if I remember correctly, the issue there is how far below grade is the bottom floor. And if it's, I can't remember the number of feet above or below grade, then it's a cellar, and otherwise it's a basement, or the other way around.
It's
Am I
a
correct?
cellar and it doesn't count in density formulas. If it's a basement, it does. It used to be 4 feet. Now it's 5 feet to the first floor. The things Matt LeGrant engaged in on my block to manipulate that rule, which showed me how far he was willing to go, were shocking. The difference between the grade and that at that point with the ceiling, do you know what the measurement point he used for that? The top of a planter embedded into the back wall, not the ground, but the top of a planter.
Okay.
It's hard to get your head around that, but that's what he did. And the Board of Zoning Adjustment bought it, hook, line, and sinker.
All right, I asked for specifics. You gave me specifics. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Preston, could you describe a little bit what happened next door to you?
So I live on the 3600 block of 13th Street. The property was purchased by a developer, Todd Rogamov, also has multiple alias name. And I was given a neighbor notification form. Neighbor notification form, I looked at it and I said I needed to take it to an attorney. I had an addendum inserted into the neighbor notification form. Hence, this is why I think also neighbor notification is very important, since eventually this becomes a civil matter in the event of damages. So he excavated in 2017 without supporting any of the buildings, the adjacent building, below grade. We had no idea until the emergency crew arrived at our home, banging our door and asking us to leave. Those who are interested in viewing what exactly happened, you can Google Mommy Preston and all the case will come up. But it's been how many years? 6 years. The building is still blighted, I think, at this stage. I have 2 adjacent buildings that are vacant or blighted. And my property continues to get the damages from those both excavated properties on both sides. So I have water damage. The walls continue to separate. Director Hanlon came to visit my place, and he's seen how the bricks are literally, you touch it and it goes into dust. It just falls apart. And we still haven't figured out how DOB is gonna take action to remediate. The last time the building was safeguarded was, meaning the post placed was in 2019, I believe. So, Mr. Chairman, it's exactly how you saw it the last time you came to my house.
So you live in a row house. A
Yes,
developer, and when I say developer, I'm not talking about one of the big companies. I'm talking about a very small LLC, acquired the house next to you, the row house next to you, started to do some work and in violation of the code, and it structurally damaged your house. That's correct?
yes, and the adjacent properties house.
On the other side.
Yeah,
You're still living in your house, although I think you got an engineer's report that suggested the structural damage was quite serious.
yes.
And the house on the other side of this illegal construction, is anybody still living there?
No, no one has lived there since the date of the incident. However, it's been sold several times and has a new owner now who has an application with DOB to build a 5-unit, which is also a concern for me. Not that he's developing it, but the fact that we have unstable structures that are going to be disturbed.
And then what about the property next to you? That's still incomplete, correct?
Incomplete on both sides.
So it's just like you're living next to a vacant building that looks a little bit like a war zone.
Yes.
And that's the consequence of illegal construction. Give me just a second. Let me see if any of my colleagues have questions. Councilmember Gray, do you have any questions? Councilmember Gray, do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. And there were a couple other council members here, but they're not here now. So I want to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony. A couple of you, Commissioner Edwards, Mr. Gambrell, Ms. Preston, if you could submit statements in writing, that would be great. We'll include them in the record. I do want to thank everyone for your time and your testimony. So we're going to turn now to the 4 nominees. Nicole Rogers, Acting Chief Building Official, Department of Buildings, Kathleen Beaton, Acting Zoning Administrator, Department of Buildings, Keith Parsons, who I think is online because he's sick or under the weather or something. Acting Strategic Enforcement Administrator with the Department of Buildings, and Brian Hanlon, who's the Acting Director, Department of Buildings. What order do you want to go in?
Nicole, Kathleen, Keith Parsons, and then me.
All right. It's the order we have you listed, but I thought I would ask.
Okay.
Yes, I should swear you all in. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the committee of the whole of the Council of the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You all answered in the affirmative. Ms. Rogers, you want to begin? And good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Chair Louis George, council members and staff. I am Nicole Rogers, Acting Chief Building Official of the DC Department of Buildings. As a 4th-generation Washingtonian, it is with great honor that I testify before you today as you consider my nomination as the first appointed Chief Building Official for the new Department of Buildings. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Mayor Muriel Bowser and Acting Director Hanlon for their vision of the role and their nomination. I welcome the opportunity to discuss my background, experience, and vision for the Office of Construction and Building Standards, one of the core divisions within the Department of Buildings. Growing up in Ward 4 and now living in Ward 7, my love for DC originated from my family, as did my passion for serving others. Coming from a family of teachers, postal workers, and veterans, I learned the true value of serving others and how passion can translate into a positive impact, creating opportunities for generations. In 2011, I started working for the Department of Buildings' predecessor agency, DCRA. Initially, I worked in the Inspections and Compliance Administration, specifically focusing on housing code inspections and later illegal construction. This laid the foundation for my career path in the agency and taught me the important regulatory responsibilities that drive our agency's mission. It also fed my interest in learning our building code and zoning regulations to help translate the technical aspects of what we do into practical approaches for our customers to understand compliance. From this experience, I gained the opportunity to work in our Permit Operations Division in 2013. This further enhanced my knowledge of the agency and brought me closer to leadership and provided me with the opportunity to implement impactful change. During this time, while working with the agency, I earned a master's degree in public policy from George Mason University. Working very closely with agency leadership, I was involved in strategic initiatives that measured the agency's performance for permitting. I was extremely hands-on in the workflow improvements to evaluate the agency's efficacy and how we review and complete permit reviews and inspections. In 2017, I began managing our in-person operations within the Permit Operations Division. This gave me more visibility with our customers. Engaging daily with residents, business owners, and other customers in the city, I heard their concerns firsthand, which motivated me to lead efforts to further external education regarding our policies and streamlining our processes. An example of this was our homeowner series. This training series provided homeowners with the resources needed to obtain a permit, navigate the permitting process, hire properly licensed construction professionals. I often operated as the go-to person because of my expertise and ability to assist customers through the challenges they experienced in the permit process. It became my personal mission in this role to eliminate the obstacles and difficulties that customers encountered when engaging with the agency. One of my proudest accomplishments as the Permit Center manager was leading the effort to create and launch the Permit Wizard application. This platform provides transparency and education on the complete permit process from start to finish before an application is submitted. The implementation of this platform speaks to some of my broader goals if presented with the opportunity to serve as the chief building official, which is providing our customers with transparency and education regarding our process for proactive engagement and compliance. During my time managing our permits division, I had the privilege of leading a great team. This experience enhanced my leadership abilities, which are vital for the chief building official role. In 2019, under my management of the division, we successfully instituted the digital transformation of our in-person operations. This meant that during the pandemic, our customers received 100% of our permitting services, while we maintained a fully remote posture. This positively impacted our productivity and drove innovative initiatives to enhance how we provide service. In 2023, I was promoted to the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, where I worked to implement improvements on a broader level. This included enhancing our customer service across the agency through training and ensuring that staff have the necessary resources to provide our customers with efficient service and reliable information. The Office of Construction and Building Standards is responsible for permitting, permit-related inspections, illegal construction enforcement, third-party plan review, inspection oversight, and land surveyor services. The chief building official position that heads this office has traditionally focused on code expertise. Acting Director Hanlon's vision includes a unique approach centered around effective leadership, communication, and customer service. If confirmed as the chief building official, my vision to support Acting Director Hanlon includes providing strategic leadership to strengthen our frontline teams, improve how we engage with our customers, and establish proactive methods to enhance public safety. My primary interest in this role is to bridge what we do as code officials with practical processes and innovative solutions to aid in the progression and development of our beloved city. Through my daily engagement with our customers, I hear that they are often overwhelmed with the technical aspects of our services, which can act as a deterrent for customers engaging with us. My goal is to translate those technical aspects into practical processes that encourage active engagement with our division. My vision is built on my experience, which focuses on 3 principles: education, transparency, and consistency. Education is one of the most critical principles. Internally, we must bridge the technical knowledge we have with achievable solutions, investing in our teams to strengthen our code knowledge and to think critically about ways that assist our process, builds confidence in production and customer service delivery. We must ensure that we provide approaches instead of obstacles to meet compliance. Developing a training series focused on collaborative thinking and logical resolutions, establishing workshops to better engage with our customers so that we understand their needs, and using technology to bring information to our stakeholders' fingertips are ways that we can drive education internally and externally. To increase transparency, we must reevaluate our processes and clearly define our expectations so we can efficiently communicate our requirements to our customers. Utilizing DOB STAT, an initiative that is referenced in Acting Director Hanlon's written testimony, we will evaluate our current processes, starting with how we handle illegal construction. As we evaluate our processes, it is essential that we review feedback from our public, which includes our community leaders and representatives. Our illegal construction inspection process is a complaint-based program, which means we rely heavily on our residents, neighbors, and advisory neighborhood commissioners to provide us with critical information to ensure public safety and construction compliance on private property. Because of this, we must ensure we clearly define our process of how to report it, what happens once confirmed, and how we enforce it. As part of my vision, our process must be transparent and visible so we can help constituents help us meet our mission. My last critical principle is consistency. To be successful, we must be consistent in how we complete reviews, conduct inspections, and deliver service to our customers. To do this, we will establish defined criteria to firm up our process workflows, which include built-in quality assurance checks, detailed checklists that can be used internally and externally, and create a framework that drives predictability in our reviews. With consistency, we will streamline our service delivery and work collaboratively across the division, ensuring construction compliance. This includes expanding our quality assurance and quality control process for plan review to include construction inspections and illegal construction. In conclusion, if granted the opportunity to serve as the chief building official, I will use my leadership experience to strengthen our core to meet our agency's mission. Through education, transparency, and consistency, we will create approaches instead of obstacles to achieve our mission of ensuring the public safety of our residents, businesses, and visitors to advance development. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony today. I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. Beaton?
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, Chair Lewis George, council members and staff. I am Kathleen Beaton, Acting Zoning Administrator within the DC Department of Buildings, DOB. It is an honor to have this opportunity to testify before you as you consider my nomination as Zoning Administrator. I wish to convey my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for inviting me into her administration and to Acting Director Hanlon for entrusting me with the responsibility of helping to administer, interpret, and enforce the zoning regulations for the District of Columbia. Thank you for your time here today and for providing me with the opportunity to introduce myself to you. I have lived in Southwest DC for over 25 years. And when it came time to start a family, I knew that I wanted to raise my now 12-year-old daughters in the district. My path to public service started when, as part of my participation in a public service institute at Albion College in Michigan, I applied for and was accepted into a summer residential internship in the south side of Chicago. It was in the setting where I was able to see and understand firsthand the effects of redlining and other discriminatory practices that resulted in marginalizing people. I saw how communities have been broken up. Communities literally split into people people displaced, specifically people of color, along with their businesses and the clientele for those businesses. All of this had been done intentionally in the name of progress and economic development. I felt for the first time what it means to live in a place where the trains don't stop in your neighborhood after a certain hour in the evening, where cabs refuse to take you, where the nearest grocery store is miles away, and where I felt like an outsider. It was an eye-opening experience and led to my desire to study urban planning and dedicate my life to improving the lives of others. I believe that if planning and zoning had been used to tear communities apart, then planning and zoning would need to be part of righting those wrongs, and I wanted to be part of that solution. I subsequently earned a master's degree in city and regional planning from Rutgers University. Upon moving to the district in 1997, I worked for 12 years for the city of Alexandria, Virginia, starting as an entry-level planner and working my way to become chief of the Long Range and Neighborhood Planning Division in the Department of Planning. I was responsible for supervising a team of 5 members. Our team worked with the community to create multiple small area plans and other planning studies, including the Braddock Road Plan encompassing a long-term transit-oriented development around the Braddock Road Metro Station, Arlandria, Mount Vernon Avenue, the King Street Retail Study, and the Alexandria Waterfront Plan. In May 2010, I had the opportunity to work in the city that is my home. I joined the then Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, now Department of Buildings, as the Deputy Zoning Administrator, in which I have served the people of the District of Columbia for over 13 years. In my 13 years as a Deputy Zoning Administrator, I learned the zoning regulations and established good working relationships with my colleagues at DCRA and other sister agencies, like the Office of Planning, the Office of Zoning, Office of State Superintendent for Education, Department of General Services, District of Columbia Public Schools, and many others with whom we work closely. In this role, I've also worked with many of your hardworking staff members, ANC commissioners, members of Congress, federal officials, embassy officials, small and large business owners, residents, developers, land use attorneys, and design professionals on projects they brought forward through the permitting process or on projects about which they had questions or concerns. We're talking about everything from a deck in someone's backyard to assisting a first-time business owner through complex regulations to projects as big as City Ridge, Audi Field, or the Wharf. In each of these interactions, I sought to provide the simplest, most timely information so that the person coming to me for assistance had a better understanding of the zoning regulations and the permitting process. I understand that predictability, transparency, and consistency are vital to ensuring our customers obtain the services they are seeking in an efficient and reliable way. In this role, I've functioned as a problem solver, recognized both inside and outside the agency as someone who, if they do not possess the information to answer a specific question, will ask internally to get the information to be able to respond or refer them to the appropriate person in a timely manner. In recognition of my efforts, I was promoted to the role of Deputy Chief Operating Officer last year, where among my accomplishments, I developed and launched a training academy for new employees and piloted a program to improve customer service agency-wide. The academy was launched in January, has been successful in training all new DOB employees on agency operations and specialized training by job type. We piloted a customer service program focused on responding to customers' inquiries that prioritized accuracy and speed. If you should approve my appointment, I plan to prioritize filling vacant positions within the Office of Zoning Administration, and we're clearly working to identify a career ladder for employees who excel at their work so that we can retain and advance those employees within the agency, improving efficiency and customer service while bolstering employee morale. In the long term, I would like to develop a team that is cross-trained and capable of reviewing plans for zoning compliance as well as building code compliance. This would streamline the review process, tighten timelines, and reduce the number of employees required to perform a thorough and accurate review. Council members, thank you very much for your time and consideration today. I moved to the District of Columbia over 25 years ago because I love the district's vibrant neighborhoods, its history, and its culture. Throughout my career, I've intentionally chosen to work for local governments because that's where I believe planning and zoning decisions can have the greatest impact. I know that I have a lot more to give my community, and I wake up every day hoping that my work can improve our beloved city. I humbly ask for your confirmation, and should I receive your vote of confidence, I pledge to you that I will continue to serve the people of the District of Columbia with clarity of communication and excellent customer service. Thank you very much. I look forward to answering questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Beaton. Keith Parsons. I hope you're not on weather because I dragged you out towards 7 over the weekend.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, and I'm glad I did get to see you over the weekend since unfortunately I couldn't be there in person today, but I'm happy to be here virtually. As noted, I'm Keith Parsons, Acting Strategic Enforcement Administrator at the Department of Buildings, and I'm looking forward to discussing my experience in support of my nomination to continue to serve in this capacity for a full term. First, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser and Acting Director Brian Hanlon for the faith they have placed in me. Second, I would like to acknowledge the support of my colleagues, Acting Zoning Administrator Kathleen Beaton and Acting Chief Building Official Nicole Rogers, and the rest of our team members back at the office. This experienced team will be well positioned to achieve great things as we enter the Department of Buildings' second year. My full qualifications for this position are documented on the public record in my nomination resolution and my responses to the written questions from council. But for those listening who have not reviewed those documents, the short version is this. I've been an attorney and litigator for 15 years, a public servant in the district for 12 years, and for the past 2 years, I've been working to make the position of Strategic Enforcement Administrator a reality, both before and after the Department of Buildings was formed out of its predecessor agency. I know how to use the law to create effective enforcement outcomes, how to work with the public and other district agencies, and how to clearly communicate results. I look forward to putting these skills to work over the next 5 years. The currency of strategic code enforcement is not collecting fines, but clearly identifying code violations and communicating to a responsible party that something needs to be brought up to code. Enforcement is not a punishment, but a guide to help folks do the right thing. My vision for enforcement at the Department of Buildings is to 1, streamline the customer service experience used to quickly identify code violations and their consequences. 2, clearly communicate the appropriate ask to the responsible party and offer resolution for compliance. 3, escalate if our ask is ignored to adjudicate the fine, call in a sister agency, or refer to another prosecuting authority. And finally, 4, tell as much of this story as possible to the public through internet tools and dashboards. This vision may sound simple, but the subject matter overseen by the Department of Buildings is enormously complex, and demand for our services is huge. This complexity brings challenges. For example, clarifying the needs of the building code for parties with all levels of experience or inexperience in the industry. 2, communicating enforcement decisions in adversarial situations that will likely not please one party and may please neither. 3, collaborating with numerous other agencies and allies with different mandates to create more effective outcomes for the district as a whole. 4, performing all of these things while still establishing and promoting the new identity of the Department of Buildings with all of our public and private stakeholders. These challenges, among others, mean this position is the most difficult job I have ever had. But at the same time, the last 2 years have been the most rewarding of my career. I love challenge, especially in the service of a mission as important as protecting the district's built environment and guiding the creation of the settings for the district's comeback. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have and collaborating with the council and my colleagues to communicate clear guidance to the citizens of the district through the challenges in the years ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Mr. Hanlon.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Chair Lewis George, council members, Councilmember Gray, and staff. I am Brian Hanlon, Acting Director of the DC Department of Buildings, or DOB. It is an honor to have this opportunity to testify before you as you consider my nomination as the first permanent director of the Department of Buildings. I wish to convey my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for inviting me into her administration and entrusting me with the responsibility of helping to steer this agency through the monumental task of supporting and executing DC's comeback plan. In the interest of time, my comments today are a truncated version of the written testimony provided to the council and posted in full on our website at dob.dc.gov. When the Department of Buildings Establishment Act of 2020 took effect in October of 2021, DOB's predecessor agency, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, or DCRA, began the complex and multifaceted process of separating into two brand new agencies, DOB and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, or DLCP. Once DOB began to service the district at midnight, October 1 of 2022, it was the culmination of a long preparation process to ensure a seamless transition with no service interruptions for district residents, businesses, and visitors. With this in mind, I would like to take the opportunity today to thank my predecessor, former acting director Ernest Trappa, for his tireless work in shepherding a widespread agency transition and standing up the current digital infrastructure at DOB. I also want to thank my DOB colleagues who welcomed me with open arms. One cannot truly know what an organization is like until you join it, and this group has rallied together through significant internal and external organizational change, all while bearing the heavy weight of expectation from engaged stakeholders who rightly hold us accountable for our responsibilities. Upon my arrival in May of 2023, I have been fortunate to find some of the most talented and committed professionals that I have had the privilege to work with in my entire career. I am grateful for this, and I feel confident that together we can achieve great things for our city. I am here today to present my qualifications for this important leadership role and share my vision for where I would like to continue guiding the agency if I am afforded the privilege of confirmation as permanent director. Fortifying my qualifications is a clear and steadfast dedication to serving my hometown. Buttressing this commitment, and to make a final note of thanks before I move on, I want to convey my deep gratitude to the mayor for her support in the nomination of my three esteemed colleagues, Keith Parsons as head of strategic code enforcement, Kathleen Beaton as zoning administrator, and Nicole Rogers as chief building official. Together, and with our fellow DOB senior leaders, inspectors, account managers, and the entire DOB team, we will take DOB to new heights as an effective tool for economic development and elevating the quality of life. I had the pleasure of serving the district when I was appointed by Mayor Vincent Gray as the inaugural director of the Department of General Services, or DGS, after working in the former Department of Real Estate Services. I was directly responsible for guiding the merger of the separate departments that became DGS, aligning resources and responsibilities to ensure a smooth transition and a sound, measured path forward for the new agency. It was during my tenure as DGS director that I discovered that my core ideals of giving back to my community were most fully realized through serving our city. To put it plainly, I realized I had fallen in love with public service. I am proud of my tenure as DGS director and the many milestones and accomplishments we reached together under my leadership. We modernized the preventative maintenance and portfolio management of the district's approximately 30 million square feet of real estate, set new standards for sustainable design, and spearheaded the district's renewable energy portfolio, while also establishing the district's first power purchase agreements for solar and wind energy. I am proud of our performance, but I know that I cannot simply rest on what was accomplished previously. It was my experience at DGS that taught me what a group of people sharing common goals and ideals can accomplish, and I always hoped that I would receive another opportunity to convey my deep commitment to our city. When Mayor Bowser first approached me about joining DOB, it became so clear to me that I wanted to return to spending my days focused on looking forward to what can be done and what must be accomplished if we are to make our city stronger, more vibrant, and more resilient than ever before. It has been an honor to dedicate my energy each day to this most important role of leading DOB as we seek to usher in DC's comeback. As I look at the district, I see so much potential to engage intentionally and intelligently with our built environment. DOB is a key contributor to enhancing the district by committing to excellent customer service, investing in efforts to streamline stakeholder interactions with our agency to generate economic development, and operating effectively as a trusted advisor and regional leader to promote community resilience. This agency is at the center of the economic revitalization of the District of Columbia. It is the heartbeat that lives within each of our neighborhoods. DOB is uniquely positioned to elevate the quality of life for the residents, businesses, and visitors of this city. As a lifelong district resident, I view this as an opportunity to help unlock economic development opportunities and collectively strengthen our neighborhoods to make them better places to live, work, and play. This makes for a more vibrant and resilient city, one that is more sustainable and equitable. The composition of our city is a tapestry that is full of life, bursting with stories to tell and dreams to realize. This is about families with deeply held roots, newcomers who are just beginning their DC stories, hoping to establish themselves, entrepreneurs looking to cultivate their fledgling ideas into feasible enterprises, and innovative businesses coming to and staying in Washington, DC. At its core, DOB is a regulatory and enforcement agency. However, we don't do it alone. Through collaboration with our district government partners, DOB is committed to the difficult work of achieving compliance to district law for the safety and security of residents, businesses, and visitors. We collaborate every day to help ensure a safe, vibrant, and dynamic built environment. These are all important elements of DOB's work, but they can and must be guided by a collective sense of purpose focused on favorable outcomes that can be delivered with confidence. Since being named acting director, it has been a great privilege getting to know DOB's staff and seeing firsthand the tangible impact that they make in our community every day. From our frontline inspectors, our ward-based account managers, customer service professionals, to all our internal teams, I have found a host of mission-oriented individuals committed to elevating their performance. I have met with many individuals and teams and have spoken with them about their careers, their unique roles, and what they want to accomplish. I have met with our vacant and blighted building inspectors to listen to them and to convey my deep respect for the work that they do as frontline workers who represent our agency. I have exchanged ideas with our ward-based account management team who possess a deep passion for our mission in addressing customers' concerns and questions with grace and accuracy. I have also been able to assemble a senior leadership team that is aligned in our shared philosophy of dedicated public service. It is a team that is focused upon developing processes that ensure positive outcomes to keep our buildings safe and make our city stronger. With DOB's emergence as a new agency and my arrival as its leader, we have a vital opportunity to rethink many of our previous standard operating procedures, workflows, structural arrangements, and collaboration with our sister agencies. It is important to note that DOB consistently receives high customer service ratings and handles a high volume quite efficiently. This fiscal year, we resolved customer inquiries within 3 days or less, over 95% of the time. I'm very proud of the work DOB staff does to attain these numbers. However, we cannot rest on the assumption that we will simply be able to maintain that level of performance by continuing to do things the way they have always been done. We must continue to put ourselves in our customers' shoes every day if we are going to be able to innovate and figure out paths forward that spark positive change and enable residents and businesses to hold a deeper level of trust in our agency. As my team and I have ramped up our efforts to pinpoint ways to further improve our agency these past few months, I have placed an emphasis on hearing new ideas, gathering community feedback, and exploring novel areas where we can enhance our approach. This allows us to discern which capabilities, processes, or functions we may need to sunset, which ones we can add to or modify, which ones we need to continue to provide the best possible experience for our customers. I've had the pleasure of meeting with each of you and your staff, and I have actively listened to all your concerns on where DOB and DCRA before it may have fallen short of the community's expectations. It was important to me that in my early days, I sourced feedback from you due to the unique perspective you, the council, bring in support of the citizens you represent. I want to assure you today that we have been working diligently to implement improvements and, where we can, find opportunities to better serve the district through optimizing our customers' experience. I have initiated a concerted outreach program with industry stakeholders. I have solicited feedback from the customers we serve every day. While some feedback was difficult to hear, I am also encouraged by the opportunities that have been presented to us to grow and evolve to be the agency that this city needs. What I have consistently heard from our stakeholders is that agency transformation must be intentional in providing adequate focus on the basics. Our improvements will not come primarily from new technology platforms or innovative digital systems, although these are excellent tools that we have historically invested a great deal of time and energy cultivating. Moving this agency forward will not solely rest upon adding new staff, although attracting and retaining great talent will be essential to achieving our goals where we have effectively communicated personnel needs. Ultimately, our improvements must be founded upon the consistent and diligent discipline of fundamental things. In short, we must be focused on providing clarity regarding our work and capabilities, practicing open and consistent communication with our stakeholders, and delivering excellent customer service. These characteristics must define our work, and DOB should be a national model for other government agencies to emulate. In seeking clarity, we must ask ourselves, are our processes, our authority, and our capabilities as an agency presented as plainly and accessibly as possible? Are they equitable? Are they logical? And do they help customers access and navigate our service amidst a myriad of regulatory complexities? When we discuss the practice of open and consistent communication, we must ask ourselves if we are communicating clearly and effectively with our customers, our sister agencies, and with our industry partners. Are the contact methods accessible, simple to use, and connecting customers with the correct people and resources? Are we answering and addressing inquiries in a timely manner? Are we following up when necessary, both internally and externally, to address any pending items to solve customers' issues? Finally, in seeking to enhance our customer service, I am consumed with ensuring that we are looking to craft the most reasonably effective outcomes that ensure a safe, healthy, and sustainable built environment that helps nurture a growing economy and invests in vibrant neighborhoods. After interacting with our agency, I want customers to come away thinking, wow, I feel like DOB listened and they understood me. They actually cared about helping me with my issue. One thing we can control is how much our agency is committed to taking care of our business and doing things the right way. It starts at the very top of the organization with my daily efforts and ripples throughout DOB. Each day, I focus my efforts to be intentional in setting the tone of what I say, of doing what I say I will, and when I say it. When that happens, the rest follows. When we can nail the basics, we have more room to grow in our capacity, foster innovative thinking, and deliver vital services to residents, businesses, and visitors in a powerful way. Members of the council, thank you very much for your time and consideration today. In conclusion, I'm returning to district government because I know that I have a lot more to give my community. I am confident that by focusing on the principles of clarity, communication, and customer service, we can make positive strides. I am hopeful that the approaches in customer service and the critical initiatives I have outlined today and explore more fully in my written statement will lead to DOB making and improving outcomes for our residents and business partners. Our work is only possible through the continued trust of the people we serve. It is truly an honor to be nominated for this position. I look forward to cultivating an even deeper and more collaborative relationship with the DC Council under the leadership of Mayor Bowser. With that, I am happy to address any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon, and thank you, Ms. Rogers, Ms. Beaton, and Mr. Parsons. We'll have a couple of rounds. I think we've been rejoined by a council member. I do have some questions for you, but I think I'm going to begin with this. I usually try not to talk that much and ask questions instead at hearings. I authored the legislation that broke up DCRA into Department of Buildings and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. And I did so because I felt that there needed to be an agency more focused on the issues of construction and housing code, the various responsibilities that are within the Department of Buildings. There's new leadership. I'm very hopeful that the department is going to improve considerably from where it's been. And my point here is not to criticize the past, but really to give you a sense of what I would like to see or what my vision is with regard to the Department of Buildings moving forward. A couple of years ago, I got involved with vacant properties because I saw complaints about them and started walking around different properties around the city and some pretty interesting properties as I'm walking through ditches and weeds and not so safe buildings. And my takeaway was that, for one thing, this was a proxy for the department, and for another, that there wasn't a commitment to mission. And what is the mission? I would say this first, that the Department of Buildings is responsible for, not entirely responsible for, the entirety of the issue of quality of life, but has an important role to play with regard to quality of life for residents and visitors and businesses and everybody who's in the District of Columbia. That the department is responsible for protecting citizens. Maybe I shouldn't say citizens, residents, workers, such as how a construction code compliance. Are the buildings that we're in that we take for granted, are they safe for us to be in? Or housing code compliance, protecting citizens and residents. And third, promoting the city as a vibrant place. Can't develop anything in the city without getting permits, or at least you're supposed to have permits, which gets back to protecting citizens. But if it's done right, then the department is promoting the city as a vibrant place, helping homeowners who want to have a better house, or helping businesses that want to have a better building in which to do their business, or helping developers to revitalize or rethink what a block or a neighborhood is. But what I saw with vacant properties was an agency checking the box. Come out one day, say, yeah, that property's vacant. Actually, it's blighted, but we check the box, it's vacant, and then changing its mind and the property's not vacant. And I'm thinking of 1000 C Street, which has been vacant and occupied and vacant and occupied and vacant and occupied for the last 20 years. Actually, it's been vacant the whole time. Checking the box. You know, we went out to directors, I know, but the public doesn't know. We went out and looked at this house, our property in Ward 7 on Saturday. It had substantially burned several years ago. Apparently there was a second fire. And to me, the mission of the agency is to figure out how to solve that problem, because it's a problem for the neighborhood. As I said, what I've seen so often is a checking of the box, and then folks come here and they testify about how their houses have been damaged or how their neighborhood has been degraded because of something. And a couple of years ago, I went out to, I can't remember the name of the housing complex, apartment housing complex in Ward 8, and tenants have been complaining about a lack of heat. What really struck me was that it's not the department's responsibility to make sure that there was heat, that prevented that from happening. But the inspectors came out, they didn't look at all the buildings, it was multiple buildings. But the problem with the heat was throughout the complex, and then said they were going to come out and re-inspect in like a month. This was in the winter. Not a commitment to mission. We get testimony at these hearings from the development community about how expensive and how torturous and how long it takes to get their permit, to get through the permitting process. When if we're promoting the city as a vibrant place, we should be making this as easy as possible. And I already mentioned about protecting property owners. I don't want any more Mommy Prestons or Mimi Nouranis or David Maloffs. And I don't mean I want them to disappear. I mean, I don't want folks like that coming here and complaining. Or even the complaints about the zoning decisions. There should be consistency. There should also be transparency. And frankly, as I was listening to some of the testimony earlier, I was thinking, why doesn't the department go to the zoning commission and say, hey, you need to change the regulations with regard to windows, because it's not right. If we want bedrooms to have windows, then bedrooms should have windows, and we shouldn't allow a situation where these row houses are being converted, which has economic consequences to all the other properties in that neighborhood, and where we're putting more substandard units in a structure than there should be. My point being that there is a mission of protecting quality of life, of protecting citizens and residents and visitors and workers, of promoting the city as a vibrant place. And I want to see that mission. I want to see that a commitment to that mission, and that's what I'm hopeful. And I think if the department does that right, that it will be building community trust. The metric you can't really put a KPI to, but I can feel it when I'm at these hearings. The people will feel like the department is there actually serving them instead of coming here and testifying with complaints, some of which, and none of you are responsible for this, but I'm thinking of Mommy Preston, which is just wrong. I was saying to Plainstone on my right that I don't want the city to have the legal liability for some of this illegal construction, but I feel like the city has, and the department has a non-legal duty or responsibility to protect folks from that. And that all speaks to mission. I've said more than I've meant to in my round here, because I do have some questions, but I wanted to just set that because to me, mission, and that's where I want to see you all go with this agency. So I have a couple minutes left before I turn to Councilmember Parker. Let me start with this, Mr. Hanlon. So there was some testimony you heard with regard to the neighborhood notification process. Will you take a look at that and see if there can't be changes that will make it easier for a budding property owner to understand and raise concerns about adjacent construction that could damage them?
Yeah, I haven't heard any other complaints or negative comments with regard to neighbor notification, but indeed my stance is to look at any and all issues that require some examination. And we actually believe that the neighbor notification process that is in place currently is actually working. But yes, I'll commit to taking a look at it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Maloff provided a lot of detail, but I noted that Ms. Nourani seemed to touch on that as well, that she did not understand as a neighbor, could not understand even after the work began next door to her, what was happening or how she could what was going on. So it wasn't just him. And Mr. Maloff seemed to, I shouldn't say seemed, he conveyed that it was difficult, impossible for him to actually understand from what documents he could get from the department what was happening. And he's still not quite sure. So when I asked him the question, if it's violating the code, he doesn't know clearly because he doesn't understand, he can't get documents that explain what's going on.
Okay.
I will have questions on the next round, which may start in a second. Councilmember Parker, are you here?
I am here.
Do you have any questions?
I do. Good to see you virtually, Director, and I'm going to try and transition to the chamber. I have a number of questions, but I just wanted to put a more fine point on that for Ms. Normani and Mr. Maloff. I know you said you will look at their situations. Are you committing to actually reaching out to them or having a senior staffer in your office reach out to them?
Yes, I think we can do that. I think what would be helpful would be to have a careful overlay of the prior practice and the current practice to look for where there might be gaps or seams that are either working but not yet fully communicated or may need to be improved.
Okay, and I'm sure the committee can assist with getting you their contact information, but they share pretty compelling testimony, and I think it will be good for you to follow up. We've had opportunities to connect and for you to share your vision for the agency. One of the things that you discussed wanting to focus on was speeding up the process for certificates of occupancies. Can you just speak to what that vision entails and if there's been any progress in shortening that timeline in the district?
Yeah, the process, thank you, council member, for that question. The process is, I would say that we're looking at the entire process from intake, plan review, permitting, all the way through issuance of a certificate of occupancy. With regard to the certificate of occupancy, we have a process newly branded Certify. I'm going to actually ask Acting Chief Building Official Nicole Rogers to address this more fully.
Yes, thank you, council member, and thank you, Acting Director Hanlon. I'm actually excited to announce that we have a new certificate of occupancy platform that is scheduled to launch on Monday, October 23rd. We have a brief detail on our website as far as what the new platform is, but it is a streamlined permit wizard, similar, but wizard-based application platform that allows for better tracking for customers, as well as better tracking for internal staff, for customers to track how we complete the reviews and making sure that our reviews are completed timely. It is wizard-based, so the way that the questions are geared are to provide information to the customer so that when they submit the application, it is a fully complete application that allows us to complete a faster review so they can get their permit more timely.
Love that. Love that. Look, breaking news at a confirmation roundtable. I love that. Do you have an estimate or average of how much faster the process will likely go due to this new platform?
So the service level agreement that we've committed to is 7 business days for all certificates of occupancy. Depending on the type of application, it's still the max days of 7 business days, but for ownership change applications, and there's a specific criteria for that, those can be reviewed within 1 business day and approved.
Super helpful. Awesome. Thank you for that. And while I have you, Ms. Rogers, very impressive background and record. Also, kudos on designing that permit wizard application platform. There are a few things I wanted to elevate. One was around language access, and 2, although seemingly minor, it's not minor. Just some of the language in the platform. For instance, where it says, "Are you the property owner of or his or her representative?" For many, that that phrasing may misgender them. And so can you just speak to what ability the agency has to tweak the language to make it more affirming for individuals that may not identify as his or her or with those handles? And can you give a sense of a timeline that may be realistic for the agency to make changes?
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. We will absolutely look into that. I understand the concern about the gender identity statements within the application platform. That is a change that the agency can make. We will work with the developers of the platform to make it as quickly as possible. I can get back with you with an exact time frame as to when that will be completed.
That would be really helpful, and I appreciate you committing to make those changes, as well as the importance around it. Director Hanlon, I wanted to come back to you and talk about vacant properties and nuisance properties. And while related, they're not necessarily the same. I know there's a working group underway just thinking about what additional authority the agency may need, but can you speak to the current authority of the agency in dealing with nuisance properties? And so I'll give you a scenario. I was in North Michigan Park in Ward 5. Neighbors on this block are complaining that someone owns the property. They're taking care of the taxes, but they're not taking care of the condition of the house. One, would that be deemed a nuisance property? And what authority does DOB have currently to address resident concerns?
Councilmember, great question. I'm actually going to just simply ask Acting Strategic Code Enforcement Administrator Keith Parsons to respond, because he can give you a very full response.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Acting Director Hanlon, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Parker. So under district law, nuisance has a very specific definition when applied to a property. It means that the property is basically being used for gun crimes, drug crimes, or prostitution. If that in fact is the case, and if we know that through police reports, then DOB can and does work with the Office of the Attorney General to bring lawsuits about the property against the owner of the property. I've worked closely with the Office of the Attorney General on such suits. If we are talking about a more sort of natural language definition of nuisance, in that it is just a property whose condition is, not pleasing to the neighborhood, there are a number of things that the Department of Buildings can do. Obviously, we would classify it appropriately as vacant or blighted. Vacant meaning no one's living there, blighted meaning there is structural deterioration of the property. To the extent there are some sort of simple violations, overgrowth, trash, the team can sometimes abate those and place a tax lien on the property for the amount that it costs to abate them. And if the property deteriorates far enough that it sort of threatens the surrounding health of the neighborhood, it can be referred to the Board for Condemnation of Insanitary Buildings. This is a board that DOB members sit on, but it is an independent board. There are other government agencies there. And when a property goes before BCIB, the BCIB can order the owner to show up and account for their handling of the property. If they don't, they can issue infractions or fines. They can issue a certificate of condemnation on the property, which does not allow it to be transferred until any of the conditions making it insanitary are addressed. That's mostly the spectrum of
that
choices
is
we have.
super helpful. That is super helpful, and I can already see where there are some pretty large loopholes within that definition and approach. This makes me think of another scenario in Brittonwood in Ward 5, where there is a property where neighbors know individuals are squatting in the property. MPD is telling neighbors that they don't have the jurisdiction to actually go in and remove the folk unless they see them committing a crime. Am I to understand that it's DOB's jurisdiction that you would have to go through the Attorney General's office and file suit in that type of circumstance if there are people squatting in a property?
So we would reach out to MPD to help us remove squatters. So if we reached out to MPD and they said,
MPD is telling us they don't have the authority or jurisdiction for that.
I
And that we
mean,
need to go to housing eviction court to remove, and this is way in the weeds. I can follow up offline. I do have more questions for you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Parsons. I know I'm short on time, but I would just underscore that the issue of nuisance properties, I'm sure is an issue across the city and not just Ward 5, but it's one that we do not seem to have a firm grasp or a solid solution for. And I'm hoping that under your tenure, Director, you can address it. Thank you.
I will. Before you continue with questions, I'll just add that we have been actively reaching out to sister agencies across the board. That includes MPD, and to develop enhance our working relationship. And we've actually had conversations about this. So these are processes where we want to make sure we're much more tightly coordinated, and that includes instances like the one you raised.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember, do you have additional questions?
I do, a couple.
If it's a couple, should I let you go now or make you wait for a second round?
Yeah, let me go now. I appreciate that. It's always a good day when the chairman's in a good mood and giving away time. Director, I wanted to also talk about illegal construction. So when I think about Carver Langston, obviously this is an issue all across the city, but specifically in that neighborhood. And when we say illegal construction for that community, it's more about the density of properties. How are you planning to crack down on illegal construction permits and or those that are coloring outside of the lines? How are you going to crack down through the agency?
Well, thanks, council member, for that question. And I just want to say, this is an issue that obviously, hits me at the core. These sorts of stories, I've met Mommy Preston, I've visited her property. I've met Miss Norani, I've seen her property, and various others. I've visited other sites where I saw things going on that were, clearly things that should not happen. So I'd say that I don't have a full outline plan to present to you right now, that we're in the process of evaluating where are the seams and cracks. And it's a multifaceted solution that involves elevating subject matter expertise across the board within our agency, doing the same and holding third-party inspectors accountable. And there are various other things that we as an agency can do to improve our game with regard to addressing illegal construction. But I'll add one that is outside of our agency that I think needs to be considered. And I'm saying this to the contractor community. I believe that higher standards for being a general contractor need to be considered. That's outside of our agency purview, but I'm an architect. I have to take continuing education credits. Lawyers have to do the same thing. Our inspectors at DOB have to take classes to get certified. And it takes no more than an online application to be a general contractor in the city, and that needs to change. So that's something that I think we, with DLCP, and certainly with the general contractor community, want to talk about.
Thank you for that. Quick follow-up question there and a recommendation, and then I only have one more question, Chairman. Director, I appreciate you saying you're looking into it. Are you willing to commit that by oversight hearings, in 4 months or so, you'll have an update around the agency's approach to illegal construction efforts across the city?
Absolutely. And I'm going to invite Acting Chief Building Official Nicole Rogers, if you want to add anything to this. But yes, absolutely. Firm commitment. We'll have an update.
One recommendation I would have, and I'm happy to do it with you, and I'm sure many of my ward council members would be as well, is just to do random pop-up audits in communities like a Carver Langston, where we know this continues to be a problem, because what I hear, neighbors are very well aware where the illegal construction is happening routinely and what parts. And so just, I think there is a way to kind of leverage relationships with communities and folk on the ground. But Ms. Rogers, did you have anything to add there?
Actually, I just wanted to add to what both of you, council member and Director Hanlon, have mentioned. This absolutely gives us an opportunity to engage more with our constituents and our ANC commissioners, so that we can create that dialogue to make sure that we hold these individuals and property owners more accountable. One of the things that I mentioned in my testimony that Director Hanlon has a vision for is an initiative called DOB Stat, which allows us to look at programs and processes within our organization to reevaluate how we are meeting our mission and whether there are new things that need to be brought into play in order to make the process more efficient. One of the things in processes that we're going to be looking at is illegal construction. So a part of our evaluation, we also need input from our public and our constituents, so that we know and can measure whether our approach is going to be effective.
Love to hear it. Again, I would just say Carver Langston is an area that comes to mind in Ward 5. Last question for me, and it centers on the tragic incidents with the flooding on Rhode Island and the district dog situation. And while I'm not gonna delve too deeply into those particular matters, I wanna just think looking forward, Director. There's two questions. One, how is the agency now, after what we saw happen on Rhode Island, thinking about certifications of occupancy in flood zones? That's one question. And two, how are you thinking about retroactively evaluating businesses or residencies that may be in harm's way? So looking forward, what is the agency's approach?
Thank you, council member, for that question. And I'll say this, that, we live we clearly live in an era of an ever evolving climate where, the catastrophes that happened last year seem small to what are now happening this year. And I don't know where it's going to go, but it's probably not getting better anytime soon. So we have climate change is real. With regard to this site, and as it applies really to areas that may be dotted around the city, this site is unique. That's 680 Rhode Island Avenue. It's essentially a bowl, and it's surrounded by impervious surface, which is, water is going to sheet flow across it. And it's at the District Dog's Corner, was right at the bottom of that bowl. So we had a catastrophic rain event, which caused the water to, last year, it might have reached a height of 22 inches. This year, at the outside door, it was almost 6 feet, which is unfathomable. So what's happening is the Department of Energy and the Environment, with whom we are communicating on this, is, as I understand it, underway with an analysis looking at a special flood risk area. So it's different than a flood zone, but it's a risk area. And this is a very dynamic thing. And let me add that DC Waters, I forget the name of the acronym, but basically the water retention tunnel is now operable. It wasn't at the time of that rain event on August 14th, but it is now. It holds hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. It's very likely to mitigate future events of that magnitude. Hard to predict, because I can't predict what will happen next year or 10 years from now. But the special flood risk area is really looking at that area and similar areas around the city that share characteristics that that site has, which have to do with elevation, the direction of sheet flow. As you can imagine, it gets really complex really fast. And then working with us to assign to determine what level of code modification needs to be considered for those areas to essentially harden the buildings to make them safe to occupy.
Okay, I will certainly have to follow up on that, but I do appreciate that update. And I'll just end with saying, Director Hanlon, I have appreciated our opportunities connecting, and I have found you to be pretty forthright. I'm optimistic that under your leadership, hopefully we can address the concerns that we heard earlier from testimony and that the chairman was speaking to earlier as well. So thank you. And I'm gonna yield the remainder of my time, Chairman.
Yeah, I know you're in a deficit, so thanks for yielding the net negative. Councilmember Fruman, are you here?
I am. Thank you very much. And thank you for yielding all that time, Zachary. Great to see you, Director Hanlon. I'll join in saying that it's really been a pleasure to work with you while you've been in the capacity as acting. I've been going between hearings, so forgive me. There is one question that I have to ask about that I suspect has already been asked about, but the importance of it is very high. And that goes to these challenges around projects involving underpinning and creating challenges for adjacent properties. And you may have spoken to it already, but I'd be curious to hear what your plan is to try to address what seem to be like very serious concerns raised by a number of people around the city whose homes have been compromised by what either should have been unauthorized action by their neighbors or improperly authorized action by their neighbors. So can you speak to what you're doing on this issue around underpinning?
Yeah, I'll thank you, council member. And we didn't quite get into that level of detail, so I'm glad you asked the question. So there's really three components that I would say. First is, as acting chief building official Nicole Rogers has mentioned, we're going through a comprehensive internal processes analysis, DOB stat. You may remember City Stat up in Baltimore and programs like that. I think it was done here in Washington, D.C. And the purpose is it's a process of discovery. It's a process of taking a fearless and honest look at all of what we do and how we do it, and soliciting feedback from our customers and our constituents, and using that as a tool to engineer positive change. So that's one component of how we will address this issue with regard to illegal construction and practices that put others at risk. The second is with regard to certain permit types. Those essentially, to put it simply, when you're digging, at the property line or deep enough or in such a way that you put your neighbor's property at some risk, we will soon be launching an adjacent and adjoining property insurance that will require people that are developing a site, general contractors essentially or owners, to purchase insurance that protects the neighbors on either side where the construction is occurring. That will be in place. I don't have a precise date for you, but that will be a measure. But I'd say thirdly, we can improve ourselves. We can work to put to help get that insurance in play. But at the end of the day, we also, the industry itself, and I've talked with the general contracting community, and I know that the folks that are out there doing work that are responsible builders, these are builders that we're not talking about certainly the big companies, but these are medium, small companies that care, that sweat the details, that are trying to do the right thing. They don't want bad actors in the city doing these things. And so we need to take a look at what does it take to actually be a general contractor in this city? and what kind of qualifications do you bring to the game to be able to do it? So it's a multifaceted approach, and I certainly will take full responsibility for the role that DOB can and must play in tackling this issue, which we are deeply committed to doing.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and part of it is notice to the neighbors, and I would encourage you to look for ways to be able to provide notice to the neighbors as early as possible when one of these kinds of projects is going to take place that could, in theory, impact them. I've seen a reference that sometimes you don't necessarily give notice when plans have been submitted to you because the plans aren't final until permit is granted, but it is. I do think looking for ways to make sure that the nearby neighbors have notice is going to be an important thing. Also, and so I just offer that as a suggestion. It's
thank you.
Also, the way you describe it, there are good actors and there are not so good actors, and I wondered if you maintain a database, like if you have the same contractor who's done something inappropriate that impacted an adjacent neighbor, then you would think, and they do it a number of times, or they have a series of violations, you would think that should be a flag for you. But do you track that? Do you have a formal way of knowing who's has a good track record of compliance and who does not?
Yeah, I'll start and then may ask Ms. Rogers to chime in, but we do have data on these folks. I believe that the quality of the data needs to actually, we need to dig a little deeper and make sure that, because sometimes there are players that are 2 or 3 levels down that don't show up on the face. So we need to do a better job of really scouring that. But yeah, we've got a recent example of property on George Avenue that had some pretty egregious issues, and the same developer looking to do something on Wisconsin, and we've got to stop on that. So it is something we're working on. And Nicole, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, council member. I do want to mention that currently we have a contractor rating system, which is public to our customers. However, one of the things that we will do is create a more thorough list, especially based on feedback that we have received from our constituents for problem projects similar to the ones that were mentioned today. Because it helps us to do a better analysis internally. And also, really, it's public information. So it should also be made available to constituents, prospective property owners, so that when they purchase a property, they know some of the history behind it, whether it's illegal construction activity, vacant property matters, things of that nature. So we have a more informed public of the issues that we're seeing on a day-to-day and that constituents have complained about.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Chairman Mendelson, I want to ask for dispensation in advance to try to go a little over, not as far as Councilmember Parker, but I have someplace I have to go shortly after this, and I do have a couple more questions. When I was an ANC commissioner, I did have the experience where a developer would have a proposal and I would think, oh my God, here we go again. Because there are folks out there who certainly don't comply with the spirit of the zoning rules, and they often veer off and not complying with the letter of them. And it's almost an invitation down the line that there's going to be a struggle. And so I do hope that you have a way of watching for that, because I think addressing the issues up front can avoid a lot of headaches later. There's been questions about the inspection system, and I've worked on projects where I've tried to get permits to get things done, and it's a challenge. And there's there's third-party inspectors who come in and they can play a positive role. I don't know whether you would, in your dream world, you would have enough inspectors at DOB that you didn't need to rely on third-party inspectors, or you want to rely, you think it's good to have a fleet of third-party inspectors as a way of managing your projects. But I'm curious what things you think you can do in order to improve the efficiency of the inspection system, how third-party inspectors fit into that, and how you track performance of third-party inspectors. It's the same kind of question as on the developer side. Are you tracking the frequency of third-party inspectors making mistakes that then create headaches down the line?
Thank you, council member. I'm going to actually hand this off in just a moment, but I'll say you didn't quite ask a question prior to this question with regard to the zoning interpretation process, but I do want to assure you that we as a team are working to make sure that as we develop interpretations, and this stuff gets, as you know, pretty complex fast, that we've built up a defensible list of reasons which support our interpretation so that it's clear and can be referenced later in a clear and transparent way. Before we go to Ms. Rogers, I just want to ask Ms. Beaton if she would like to expound on any of that, or if you think I've held it sufficiently.
Yeah, I think you did a great job, Acting Director Hanlon. I would say we do have a bunch of interpretations published on the website already. And some of those will probably be reevaluating in due time. We may need other interpretations. So whatever we do, we're going to do it very thoroughly, thoughtfully, with a lot of community input, and be consistent. I heard Chairman Mendelson speak earlier about consistency. So I've heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that's out there is, I think it's the 40% rule. And I had two when I was an ANC commissioner, where the idea was 40% of the walls were preserved, and then you got the ability to grandfather the setback rules from the 54 code as opposed to the more recent one. And I had two where they left up 40% of the walls until the middle of the project, and then they took down the 40% that was up, and you knew it was going to happen from day one, that it was going to play through that way. And so tracking that, I don't know if there's something that ought to be done about that 40% rule, but tracking that and ensuring that the spirit of it is captured, when sometimes the whole goal is to avoid the spirit of it, I think is important. There's a reference to the DOB strategic enforcement plan that identifies the creation of a housing complaint clearinghouse as a top priority for identifying and communicating and addressing issues between residents and property owners and managers, and that it's to be launched in this quarter in FY24. Where's that stand?
Mr. Parsons, do you want to chime in?
Certainly. Thank you, Acting Director Hanlon, and thank you for the question, Council Member. So to be clear, the project to create that clearinghouse is launching this fiscal year. I don't anticipate it will be operational. So if that's the question, it's not ready to be operational. I do think it's a very important initiative, and we hope that it will allow us to more easily automate communications about inspections with the tenants, the same way we try to do with landlords, using some of the databases we've developed with the landlords. So happy to answer any other questions you have about that.
Yeah, I think a sense of urgency around getting that up. I mean, I get emails and calls very often about concerns about issues that are raised by tenants that don't get addressed and dissatisfaction with the responsiveness of DOB on those kinds of issues. And transparency it will be very important in trying to address those issues. So the clearinghouse, I think, will be a very valuable tool. I look forward. I hear you that don't watch for it in 2023, but I do hope that you can get it up sometime soon. I got one last one, and vacancy. And Director Hanlon, we had one in Ward 3 just recently where a property was declared vacant. The person had purchased it from an estate fairly recently. They'd applied for permits. The applications for the permits were pending, but they didn't have the building permit. And then the property was declared vacant and the tax rate went up significantly. And this was a setting where they were doing what what we want them to do. They purchased the property, they were pursuing the permits. So on the one hand, we get into a situation where the penalty of vacancy can be imposed despite the good faith efforts of the current owner. Then on the other hand, we have situations, and I have a different one where a property that sat vacant for a long time and I think clearly blighted and eventually was declared blighted. But it took a long time. And so there's a balancing here of when you declare vacancy, when you declare blight, and when you don't. And I'm curious how you're thinking about improving that process. So where a property is sitting unnecessarily, we're moving to try to get it in motion, and where there's good faith efforts to put it in motion, we're not penalizing. So I'm curious your thoughts in the vacancy blighted.
Councilmember, that's a great question. And I was thinking the other day, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And what we need to do as an agency, and what we are doing now, and I have had personal conversations with constituents that are trying to get through a vacancy or blighted issue with a property that they're trying to put back into productive use. We need to have more of a Swiss Army knife approach, to have tools that are tailored to the situation. That's necessary for us to do. It makes our job, frankly, a little harder on the front end, because we got to think more critically about how we're actually assigning these tags on properties. But I've spoken with people who have had it's a family that's maybe been down on their luck and they're trying to get their house back in order. I talked to a young couple that purchased a house in Brookland, actually, and they were trying to renovate it, and they're trying to do the right thing. So it's not our goal, it's not my goal to hammer people with fines and make it harder and more difficult. Ultimately, to the chairman's point, the mission is, in this regard, is properties need to get back into productive use. It's an enormous drain on our city. We have 4,500 that we know of vacant and blighted properties in this city. And I would like nothing more than to accelerate the conversion of those back into productive use. So the overall approach, while I'm not giving you specifics, is to just think more critically about each situation, and then to act and to engage and to communicate so that we can create outcomes that are more positive. The ones that are going to be intransigent, the 1400 Hamilton Street, properties that are just sitting there for years, that we need those we got to push harder through the BCIB process and get them converted faster. I'm really grateful, frankly, to the chairman and his team for the vacant and blighted task force that we've been an active participant in since I came on board. And I'm hopeful that we can together really craft more effective tools so that we can address this problem in a way that is better for our city.
Well, thank you for that. And I think I might have gotten emails on at least one of the ones that you just described as calling for a Swiss Army knife. And I do think that's a great way to talk about it, that you need a Swiss Army knife. I do want, and I think you were getting at this when you were talking about some of the more egregious properties. I do want the Swiss Army knife also to have a sledgehammer attached to it, because there are places where we really do need to come down and move these things.
I might keep that off to the side, but we're not going to lose the sledgehammer. So I get it.
Maybe it doesn't fit on the Swiss Army knife, but you get me. And I think we're talking.
I get you. Yeah.
I said I was going to go over by less than Councilmember Parker, so I need to stop now if I'm going to be true to that word. So thank you very much, Director Hanlon, and to the other witnesses.
Council member, when they say they'll be brief. Yeah, I got kind of messed up with the Swiss Army knife metaphor, which I guess it's something that has all kinds of tools.
It does.
Yes.
Yes.
And you're going to work on inventing one that can accommodate a 20-pound sledgehammer as well?
I think we're going to keep the sledgehammer separate from the actual Swiss Army knife.
Councilmember, I'm like the setup for you. So, but what is? That's another council debate. Councilmember Allen, if you have questions.
Thank you. And should I start by saying I'll be brief?
Yes, you should.
Excellent.
And then I'll know that I can take a quick break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Hanlon, good to see you and your team. Thank you for being here. I'll start. I'm going to probably focus a lot of my conversation questions on one specific issue, which I think you know is coming. But let me start by thanking you again for the hearing we had last week in partnership with the Committee of the Whole. I think you and your agency helped us try to take a look at as we are trying to figure out with the COOL Act, the legislation that's in front of us, but really trying to think through nuanced responses to what seems to be pretty confusing. And for anybody who wasn't tuned into the hearing, which I know was the most riveting for everybody, managing how we, especially in our shoulder months of the spring and fall, when heating and cooling changes in some of our older building stock that has a 2-pipe system that either it's all hot or it's all cold and there's nothing in between. And I think your agency also got us back some responses just yesterday, which I appreciated, trying to help clarify, because there's 3 different sets of regs. So one thing I'd start with is, I think you've helped provide us kind of Title 12G is where you want everyone to look to, and that's kind of what you're going to enforce, and that's what we want to guide post to. But what can you talk through? We're already in a fall season, but how do you expect or plan to reach out to some of those buildings, in particular some of those older buildings that we have somewhat identified now, to provide greater clarity for what is the current rule? Because we've had the property managers cite different regulations. They're just not quite clear. So as you've kind of helped clarify this now with us, I think, about where you see the exact regs and which ones you're going to move, can you talk more about how you want to do some of the outreach to some of those buildings to let them know while we continue to collaborate on maybe a longer term shift or tweak to this?
Yeah, thank you, council member, for that. Very much in part and parcel with our overall stance of engagement, we have been reaching out to various industry partners, which includes AOBA and the Small Multifamily Owners Association. And so one of the things that we've done, and your staff and you may also be familiar with the DOB Day that we had and that we intend to do in the future, which is really the spirit of that is to share with folks the current tools and practices that we have, the processes that we have, and frankly, to also solicit feedback and to see if there are areas where clarity is required. In this particular case, we will certainly make sure that we reach out to those industry partners and avail ourselves to them to make sure there's a clarity across the board for that issue.
Excuse me. Is there, in addition to the industry partners like AOBA and others, since we know some of the buildings, would DOB reach out to individual buildings to help clarify that? Or would it be more of waiting to hear from a building that has questions, then you help clarify when they reach out?
It may be difficult for us to do it on a building by building basis if they're not in communication with an association. I frankly don't know right now how many of them are active participants in whatever association may represent their constituency. We do have newsletters that I'm told people get frequently. So my hope is that they are also getting those things. We'll, you know, I think we're pretty responsive when, if we get a complaint, we can make it clear very quickly what the concerns are, what the clarity is.
Appreciate it. So let me turn to my favorite topic for the moment. So first off, I appreciate that you and I've already had a couple of conversations around this, and I know that it's something you are aware of, and we'll kind of hopefully talk a little more about where do we go from here. But in Ward 6, and in particular in ANC's 6B and 6C, we are continuing to see this encroachment of residential properties, RF3 zone, that are being used as commercial properties. I would say illegally being used as commercial properties. They are zoned residential. They are supposed to be residential. And again, you're aware of this, but for anybody who's tuning in for the first time, what we're seeing is an erosion of a residential block that is taken over by businesses that operate in a residential home, but is not a residence. So you don't have a neighbor who actually lives there. They're typically are being used either because of the proximity of the Capitol. They're being used as fundraising party houses where every night hosts a different event where it's fundraising. We see the properties being used for political organizing, for commercial properties, for associations, all in residential homes. And this is, to be very clear, a bipartisan problem. So I'm not going to single out one actor over another. You will see folks with many stripes that are doing this to these properties. And why does this matter? Well, historic residential blocks get chipped away at. You don't have people who actually live in them, and that does hurt what happens on that block. We have everything from the department or from trash and debris that's left, and DPW doesn't know what to do from a collection standpoint. I think there's a taxing issue around how we're collecting taxes on commercial activities taking place in this residential home. But what we've heard frequently is that our tools in the toolbox either are not sufficient to be able to, for us to unravel what's happening in that property, or it just hasn't been a priority. And it's hard for me to kind of feel exactly what it is. I know we've provided a list of addresses that have been brought to us from residents, from ANC commissioners. And I'm not going to pretend that there's an overnight answer that you can provide, but I do feel a sense of urgency that we want to tackle this. And I do appreciate our conversations that you and I've already had, that you understand the urgency around the issue and want to try to bring some new ideas to bear on this. Can you give us an update as to where DOB stands in terms of investigating some of these properties? I guess I'll start there, and I have a few other follow-up questions.
Sure. Thank you, council member. I'm a Ward 6 resident, as you know, and, you know, I, on any number of nights in the last several months, have found myself in the middle of the night lying in my bed on my house in Ward 6 thinking about this very issue. I was asked early on in my tenure about it. I answered honestly then, and I'll say now that I find the encroachment into residential areas of properties that are being used for purposes that are not consistent with residential use to be obnoxious and something that we certainly want to be able to stem and stop if we can. So I'll just say that. When we start discussing the issue of enforcement, it gets a little more thorny. You know, this issue has been going on for, I guess, decades now. In 2016, there was a zoning regulation change that I believe you're familiar with, and that I've actually discussed with some ANC members. That zoning reg change was intended to stop the problem. It clearly did not. So what we're doing right now is we're looking at this essentially in two different buckets. There's a, what do we do about now moving forward? And what do we do about what's happened? And so let me first address the moving forward portion of this. I'm very grateful to the mayor for her nomination of Tiffany Crow as acting director of DLCP. She's been in her seat now for, I don't know, it's a blur, but I guess several weeks, a month. I've really enjoyed talking with her and collaborating with her. We are talking about this and have already begun this conversation to look for how do we find ways to essentially tighten the mesh so that moving forward, the processes can stop this stuff from actually happening. And that's going to take some doing because there's all sorts of ways for people to be able to find loopholes in the system. Proving that someone doesn't actually live in a property for us is frankly difficult. It may seem obvious to the neighbor. It may seem obvious to folks walking down the street that nobody lives there, but somebody may in fact actually sleep there on occasion. And if we go knock on the door and they say, I live here, our authority doesn't go a lot farther than that. So we have to find ways of really scratching at the details there to figure out what can we actually do about it. So the enforcement of what's happened to date, we are working through a process right now of trying to figure out what do we think our tools are. Frankly, what are the resources going to be to actually take this on? Do we take them all on at once? Do we pick one, the most egregious one? If we pick the most egregious one, which one and why? You're right, they are bipartisan. There's the Freedom Caucus, there's the Congressional Black Caucus, there's the Navajo Nation. It's all across. From the investigation through the adjudication pipeline, we're talking about mostly a series of incredibly well-funded enterprises that will stall, that will push back. And so what we're trying to do is get our arms around what it's actually going to take to take this thing and enforce what's happened to date. I'm committed to continuing to think through that process. And I want to say, I get up every day with a sense of urgency. Everything to me has a sense of urgency attached to it. This issue is not an exception to that. So I really appreciate you bringing up the question, and I'm committed to continuing to work through to see how we can resolve things.
I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, can I go over a little bit? Okay, thanks. I appreciate Mr. Hanlon, and I've known you now for a number of years and hold you in a very high regard. And so I appreciate and certainly take you at your word I'm sorry to hear about the sleepless nights, but know that this is on your mind, right?
Comes with a gig.
So part of what I can appreciate that it's going to take a little bit of time to come up with and investigate some different strategies. I also, though, need to be able to both help share with my ANC commissioners and with my community who keeps asking, so what does that look like? What's a reasonable time frame? What that looks like? And it seems as of right now, we don't really have any enforcement that's taking place when there is a concern of a residential property that should be zoned and used residentially, but it's used as commercial property. Is there any enforcement we do today on a property like that?
No, I think to date, I think the last enforcement or inspection was back in 2020. And I don't believe to date there's been any, I will say, I drove past it and I did not look at it, but I believe there was a visit to the property that's owned by Navajo Nation.
Mm-hmm. And I think you're correct as well that this is not a new issue necessarily, and that we've had several properties that have acted this way for a long time. I do believe that we're seeing a new type of encroachment, though, that's taking place. So we're going to have persistent properties that we're going to hear from neighbors and ANC commissioners that are very frustrated with. But we're also seeing something new taking place in a lot of properties. Just last night, taking my daughter to swim team practice over at Rumsey Pool, go past a property where it is double park, an entire block is just completely shut down with black Suburbans dropping off VIPs for some fundraiser event. Pulled up the property to take a look. The address is a rental property in Miami, Florida, is the address of record who owns it. I could do a little more online sleuthing and try to figure out exactly what that is, but that sure looks and feels like a property, residential property that's been bought from out of town, and is being owned and managed for the purposes of something other than someone living there, based on what I see with my eyeballs when I look at it, as well as a quick look of, does that make sense? What I'm interested in is understanding what are our enforcement barriers right now, and then what are the tools you feel like you might need, along with sister agencies, to be able to move forward. How do we identify what the enforcement barriers are today if we've given you an address of properties that everyone says that is so-and-so, that's a political action committee that owns that house, and they're just throwing political parties out of that. No one lives there. What's the enforcement barrier right now to saying we're going to go check on that property? We're going to go try to determine, is it a residential use or not?
I'm not sure there's a barrier to the initial attempt. I think I do, as I'll reiterate, there has been no action taken for the last several years. So I don't think there's any barrier on the initial attempt. It's the follow through where the barriers begin. We can go put a NOI sticker on a door. It's everything that follows that where the barriers begin to show their head. And I think, I mean, I would welcome the opportunity to work with your office and that of chairman and council to look for solutions to this problem.
Is there, and I do not mean this in a negative way. You mentioned the idea of saying many of these properties may be very well resourced. And so we could expect to see some type of counteraction to an enforcement action that will drag the agency or the city into court, cost a lot of money. And so I do believe there's a benefit to being strategic. So if you believe that to be a likely outcome of some enforcement actions, making sure you get your ducks in a row, making sure you think through all those contingencies, because I don't want you to spend years in a courtroom and lots of taxpayer money without kind of having a strategy. So I don't mean that as a casting aspersion on that strategy. That can be part of a strategic approach. Is that what I'm hearing you say? You realize maybe a reality of what you face, and so you need to outline a strategic approach to a different enforcement?
I think, council member, that's an accurate portrayal. Right, if you were to triage enforcement with regard to our mission, the primary focus is on life, safety, and health. And then, not to suggest that these aren't important issues, they are, because it's a quality of life issue. But our resources are largely deployed looking at those issues first as a primary concern. Similarly, I've got a team of line attorneys that right now are working every day of every week, 10 to 12 hours a day, just on the work that we have. And the adjudication process that this type of enforcement is likely to introduce, we would need additional resources that I cannot yet quantify to be able to meet that demand. And so that's the process that we're in.
Well, and some of this isn't just on your shoulders, I think, right? So I went and checked out one of these properties, and out on the curb were stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of cardboard boxes of food items. That either there's an army of teenager boys that live inside that house, or they're hosting a lot of events where they bring in the food, they cater an event, and then they place all of the debris, all the boxes, all the containers out on the curb, expecting the city to pick it up as if it were residential. And we would never allow a commercial business just to go put all of their trash out and we just go up with DPW to collect it. We wouldn't do that at a commercial property. You're responsible for the waste disposal of your commercial property uses. Yet in these situations, DPW is in this sticky position where they have to pick it up, and I guarantee you all have constituents who will yell and say, DPW, get out there and collect it anyway. So I think that there's other agencies, and you mentioned Ms. Crow as well, obviously, from the licensing side of things. Is there when we talked about the vacant and blighted property, you talked about a task force approach to pull different stakeholders together to map this out. Maybe you're doing this informally right now, but would it make sense to create a type of residential use task force? And that's probably not the right name, but some type of entity that brings together some of the sister agencies. Because again, DPW is impacted here. Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection is impacted. You're obviously impacted. DDOT probably might be impacted. Would that be an approach that would help us identify what are our challenges and barriers, and then also outline the changes that we need to make to be able to achieve what we're trying to do?
That may be an approach. Yes. I mean, we start thinking about allowable uses. You know, the other agencies I mentioned, DLCP. I've had some brief conversations with Office of Planning. I have not yet spoken with Zoning Commission, but that would be included. I think they're from a move forward strategy. And I'm sorry I pivoted back to move forward, but that in order to tighten that mesh, we do need a multi-agency approach. And I don't disagree that thinking through an enforcement strategy on what's happened to date also may require a multi-agency approach.
Yeah. I think it's going to have to do that, because on one hand, you know, I can keep calling you and keeping you up late at night and trying to focus on DOB, and you have clearly a very important part of this. But I do think you've got other agencies that will have a role to play, and all of it has to work together. And that's I'm looking at trying to hold accountable the ones that we have already. But I think every day that goes by right now, we're seeing homes that are being sold and bought and converted to these uses. And it's not just about the trash that might pile up or the fact that there's not somebody out, you know, walking a dog at night and being neighborly. We're losing homes. And so we start to lose residential properties that otherwise are there for DC residents to live in, to raise a family in, to grow old in. And I think as we start to see that loss of those residential properties, and let's be clear as well, we're talking about fairly expensive properties actually that are close into the capital in most of these instances. But when those homes come off the market for actual residential use, I think what you also see is housing pressures that then, if that house is no longer available, the same person that has that, and good for them, they've got the money to be able to spend on a home like that, they're now looking for a home a little further out and then a little further out. And I think it contributes to the overall affordability of other neighborhoods, because you start to see a shift because these homes are being taken off the market. So I think there's a reason to do this from the standpoint of just what makes up a good block, from trash and nuisance issues to just being neighborly. But I think there's a housing affordability issue as well that does start to trickle out from where we see this concentration. And I think it's happening in real time where we're seeing these properties convert over. So I know I'm well over my time. I appreciate your indulgence there, Mr. Chairman, to kind of try to pull on this thread a little bit. I appreciate very much, you know, and I know I didn't want to out you as a Capitol Hill resident, but, you know, as a neighbor as well.
I think the news is
I
out.
know you see it, right? So I know that you, both as just a good neighbor, you're very aware of it and you know the impact of it. And then obviously now in your seat, you're in a position where you can help work on it. I do believe we need to have a body, a task force, a convening of some type that is going to bring some of the different players together to help strategize what our solutions are. And I hear you being, is committed too strong of a word? Do I hear you saying, yes, that's a role you think that would be a good role and a good function to play?
I think communication and the gathering of multiple ideas is always a good thing. So yes, I do want to place emphasis on the move forward strategy, because to your point from a moment ago, we need to start to look for how do we stem the flow moving forward. And that's a conversation that's underway.
And I think that's a smart, I do think there's gonna have to be a parallel, like the reality is, we're gonna have a parallel track here. In that for an entity that has occupied a building for the past 20 years, even if I do not like the fact that that's a residential zone property, I will have to have a different set of solutions for that than the residential home that someone is looking to convert over for this use. And so I do think we probably have to have twin parallel tracks to have tailored solutions there. And Mr. Chairman, obviously as the chair of the committee, would love to partner with you on trying to think about what that could look like, maybe borrowing off best practices, as you've seen with the vacant and blighted property task force efforts that have led to recommendations that I think are coming soon. But I think that would be the right approach to be able to start moving some momentum and some actions, because I think I need to see some momentum. I think our ANCs need to see it. But I also know that you would like to see it as well. So I'd like to work with you.
Thank you, council member.
Oh, I
Thank
think that strategy would require figuring out who's gonna house this working group and the energy behind it and who's staffing. So the vacant property task force that we've got was one that was homegrown because we're working on a bill. I don't think we can come up, if we're looking at zoning, we can't come up with a bill, so I think there has to be some thought about where we would house this.
I agree. And I don't have an answer to what that looks like yet, since we're making it up as we go right here in the hearing, but would love to follow up with you, try to think about what that could look like and who all should be as a part of that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
you good for the moment?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councilmember. Let me ask Ms. Rogers a question. Let's say advisors on your team disagree on the interpretation of a specific provision of the district's building code. Does this provision apply in the current circumstances or does it not? You're getting two very different answers that could lead to two very different outcomes with regard to interpreting a specific provision of the district's building code. Describe how you would determine whose interpretation is more appropriate and how you would communicate your decision and how to move forward to your team.
Thank you, Chairman, for your question. In the building community and in bodies of that regulate or administer policy or regulations, it's not uncommon that there are different interpretations among staff, managers, and even professionals within the that may be our public. So part of my approach would be ensuring that I have a series of facts and also understand the intent from the customer. So we can create a robust dialogue that allows us to view the situation from all perspectives and angles to make the best determination for the best possible outcome.
And then how would you communicate that?
So depending on the
So you had
situation.
to, and maybe I'll make this a little more dramatic.
Sure.
Folks, you're getting different answers and the folks are really kind of a little bit, getting a little emotional about it. So there's some energy here. You've got the public, you've got whoever's looking for this, whoever's permanent applicant is precipitating this, public, your staff. So how do you communicate?
Thank you for that follow-up question. So I think the best way to communicate what our outcome is providing it in some form of almost like a determination or interpretation for that particular instance, so that it can also guide future decisions that include similar matters. Oftentimes, we deal with similar cases. Granted, they're not identical, but it leads to a good approach where we can, again, make sure that from every angle, we are looking at the best potential determination. So in many cases, I think issuing a level of interpretation to make it clear moving forward for us internally, as well as for the public.
Okay. Let me ask a couple of questions of Mr. Parsons. In March of this year, the department transmitted to the council the FY23 through FY25 Strategic Enforcement Plan. For the first goal, your strategy is to, quote, focus on abatement of housing life safety violations, unquote. You say you will accomplish this by, in part, quote, incentivizing prompt abatement of life safety violations through the adjudication process, with alternate resolution policies that secure tenant demands while being fair to responsible property owners, unquote. What does that mean? What are those alternative resolution policies? And how do you plan to measure and evaluate their impact?
Thank you for that question, Chairman, and I'm happy to elaborate. So one of the changes that we've implemented over time is that we now track all housing violations at the violation level in our data. And we have implemented another policy called deferred enforcement, where if there's an inspection and it finds housing violations, the landlord has a certain amount of time to abate them, provide us proof of abatement. And once that's reviewed and accepted, the housing code violations will be dismissed without fines. So under those circumstances and with that proof advanced and reviewed by us, the whole exercise would operate similar to the old NRV process. However,
I didn't get the last part, similar to
the old NOV process. If you recall, years ago, before I was even at the former DCRA, the agency would sometimes send out a notice of violation, which was sort of a warning, but it didn't have the ability to go to OAH and collect fines on it. Basically, our notices of infraction right now, if you fix the things within the correct timeframes, we will mark them as done. We will dismiss them from OAH if they were there, and that will be mission accomplished. If you don't, then we will prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, with the caveat that if you come to us as a landlord at any point in this process and say, well, I see your point now, it's time to do what needs to be done and fix these violations. The alternative resolution team is empowered to consider all the facts and circumstances and settle the case for whatever fine value seems appropriate. So that's, in a nutshell, the alternative resolution and incentives that we're offering to landlords to fix these violations. And the other side of the coin is fully litigating them and enforcing them. The way we track it is, like I said, we now have this violation level data for every violation that comes in. We know whether it was fixed and whether it wasn't fixed. For fiscal year 23, we did a look-see, and approximately 15% of our notices of infraction ended in that deferred enforcement state, where they provided us proof of abatement, and we were able to then resolve the case without fines.
So the alternative resolution policies is either through this process, the landlord abates the violation and you drop it, withdraw it, or for whatever reason because of the landlord's response, I'm going to say settle it for a lesser fine. That's what I heard.
That's correct. They are primarily settlements. There are very, very few cases where we would not ask for some payment.
So more generally, my question to you, Mr. Parsons, is how do we obtain better widespread compliance? And my note under this question is inspectors come late or they don't follow up right away. Documentation is poor. Poor enough that it sort of makes it harder to prosecute before OAH or ask the Attorney General to prosecute. I know from previous hearings, witnesses have testified about whether fines are collected or not. And the Office of Administrative Hearings, my impression, takes way too long. So how do we obtain better widespread compliance?
So I think one of the primary challenges and one of the primary solutions is better communication. You know, the way we achieve compliance is basically the landlord starts talking to us and agrees to fix things. In my experience, before I was in this position, I was one of the line attorneys that Acting Director Hanlon was talking about, doing many, many cases every day. And in the situations where the landlord or the respondent was talking to us, probably 80+% of the time, things got worked out, things got resolved. So that's one of the biggest issues, is getting people to talk to us, getting people to come to the table. I think speeding up the OAH process, correctly resourcing that process is part of the equation. Some folks are not motivated until the OAH process starts. I, again, had many cases where, you know, I would get the case, I'd look back at the record, they had been kibitzing with some other parts of the DOB team. And then once the lawyer came knocking, suddenly they wanted to make a deal. So more resourcing is part of the answer here. And yeah, so I think those two things would be
Inspectors, lawyers. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, apologies, Chairman. I just said those two things would be huge.
You mentioned OAH. Now, this is not your responsibility, but I'm interested. How can the OAH process improve?
So mostly, I think it's, and you know, you correctly state I don't know their inner workings, but my perception is it's mostly a resourcing issue. I mean, there are some improvements that can be made with, you know, systems. They could have more automation and the like, but it's fundamentally a resourcing issue. When we issue an NOI, that means we've gone out, we've found housing code violations, and if the landlord doesn't fix them, we have to be ready to go to the mat, and that involves going through OAH. So there's a sense where the number of violations that are being found need to have the resources to push them through that process.
Well, do you mean Department of Buildings resources or OAH resources, like not enough hearing officers, so they're backed up?
If we're talking about OAH, then primarily OAH resources. Like if we hold the NOIs issued by Department of Buildings constant, we would probably need more OAH resources to process them.
And resources means ALJs or something else?
That I wouldn't know. I don't know what the pain points are inside their office.
May I jump in?
Yes,
Chairman. First of all, I would say it's not for us to suggest or opine on another agency's processes, but I think internally for us at DOB, we need to look at the entire pipeline from the inspection and the issuance of a notice of infraction all the way through internal adjudication and review. We've talked a bit about the DOB stat process that we're in the midst of. Part of that is taking a hard look at the inspection and NOI process itself, which isn't to suggest any major changes are underway, but that I think that the supply we may be able to adjust the supply by thinking a little differently at the front end. At the end of the day, we want outcomes. We want stuff to be abated and we want cases to be resolved. So racking up more and more NOIs doesn't necessarily solve that problem. So I don't yet have a full answer other than to say we're looking at the entire ecosystem from inspection all the way through passing it off to OAH, and that's part of our process.
Now, let me see, I don't want to digress too much here, but if I'm upset about something and I want to go hire a lawyer and I say to the lawyer that we're going to file a case in Superior Court, and the lawyer says to me, well, it's going to take 2-3 years to litigate. And I'm going to say, why is that? And he's going to say, because there aren't enough judges at the Superior Court. So you are a plaintiff. I think you're a plaintiff in these cases before OAH. And I'm looking for the same kind of observation, not as in exactly what I just said, but as a participant before OAH, what more does OAH need, if you think they need anything?
Well, I guess I would say where I'm going with that, to use your analogy, I think we need to take a look at what cases are actually being presented and run through that with more of a fine-tooth comb to make sure that what we're submitting to OAH is balanced and is as right as it can be.
So, well, I'm thinking that OAH maybe doesn't have enough ALJs because there's so many cases going there. What I'm hearing from you is, well, maybe you don't need to send as many cases there.
I'm saying we need to look at the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, you did say that.
That's really all I mean, is that I haven't arrived at a conclusion yet. I'm just saying that part of our process is to look at the entire pipeline.
Well, one of my frustrations with the department, and this includes DCRA, is that the notice of infractions are issued, and who knows if the fines are paid, and if the fines are paid, it's so far away from the present, and is it the full amount, and so forth. But and so I think that the back end, meaning the fine process, is important to effective enforcement, recognizing. So I heard what Mr. Parsons said about how if an NOI is abated, maybe you drop the NOI.
Correct.
Which is in a way treating like the previous NOV, notice of violation, which is what he had said. I didn't hear him say it the first time, which is why I asked him to repeat it. Maybe you go back to the old NOV system, but although I kind of think there might be an advantage to the NOI going, starting with an NOI, because it's sort of like fewer steps on your part, and then you just drop them if they're abated.
Yeah, ultimately I think that's working, and I think I don't think there's a need to go back to the old system, that we can stick with what we have as we continue to engage with landlords and property owners. I think we'll be able to see an uptick of these citations being abated before they have to go through the pipeline.
So, Ms. Beaton, I don't want you to be ignored. You've been with the Office of the Zoning Administrator for 13 years. I have two ways I could ask this question. One is, think of a controversy, one of the big controversies that's occurred in the 13 years you've been there, that the community or the ANC was all upset, and tell me how you would handle it better. Or don't think of a specific controversy, just how would you go about minimizing these controversies?
Thank you, Chairman, for the question and for recognizing at the table. I think Acting Director Hanlon talked a lot earlier about communication, and I think education is an important part of it. One of the things I think we haven't done much of in the last 13 years, 17 maybe, is helping educate the public about who we are and what we do. what we're responsible for, the differences between the Office of Planning and Office of Zoning. We heard the witness earlier testify about the special exception process, and she had a lot of constructive criticism about what could be done at the Office of Zoning to improve that process or make their website more efficient, which I think is great, but it's just an example of how people confuse what DOB's Office of Zoning Administration does versus what the Office of Zoning or Office of Planning does. So one of the things I want to do is focus on education, and whether that's reaching out to ANC commissioners. I heard an ANC commissioner say that she also isn't an expert in zoning, so offering opportunities to engage with them. Residents who aren't necessarily ANC commissioners, I think they play an important role in all this. There's better training I could do internally with my team. One of the things you asked me a question about benchmarks and KPIs and how I'm going to determine effectiveness of my team. And I think one of the ways to do that is looking at how we're trained and how we're communicating with people. And so we want to make those first time reviews that we do when it comes to a zoning review thorough, accurate, of course, but we want to use language people understand. It's very confusing to give somebody some language back that's technical and full of jargon. So a lot of what I think will happen is if I take this approach, hopefully we'll have fewer conflagrations out in the public about things people hate and more of an understanding about what it is that we do, what our role is, and how to engage with us. If people have questions or concerns, like Councilmember Freeman was talking about the 40% for, he was talking about raise versus demo, which is an interpretation that we have made in the past. And that's actually something I think that we want to talk about internally because we think there's opportunities to improve that. So, after 17 years of, this is a new opportunity, 17 years later to take a close look at what we do and how we do it. And so I'm committed to being as open and transparent as I can be about our processes.
I think all that sounds excellent.
Thank you.
But I was thinking of controversies. And those controversies aren't necessarily resolved by just communication. And my question was, how could they be handled differently or minimized? And this is like, the inches and with the adjacent grade and,
the windows perhaps that Mr. Gambrell was talking about earlier. So I think some of this does stem from misunderstanding about the zoning regulations and possibly how we're explaining them. I think that is part of an education process. I mean, if it comes to a heated discussion or disagreement in the community, like let's say I make an interpretation, the community is opposed to it. The process now that exists is that they would appeal my decision to the Board of Zoning Adjustment and the BZA would take we have a hearing, very legalistic, right? So that's one avenue. I heard you say earlier, bringing some text amendments forward to the zoning commission ourselves, being proactive as it were. That's something we did very infrequently in the past, but we could consider that. Maybe what we need to do is figure out what are those issue points, the flash points in the community, like raise versus demo, maybe the windows, maybe there's a bunch of other ones, and determine either an interpretation or a text amendment, like take some action that's affirmative to resolve them. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if people disagree with an interpretation I make, then their avenue for appealing it or taking it to a higher level would be to appeal it to the BZA.
Well, yes, I know, but my getting at mitigating or avoiding or minimizing these controversies isn't the answer to that. Isn't well, go to the BZA because that just means they're really upset. But I'm thinking, and I may be wrong, that consistency is a good defense. So if the interpretation of how to measure height is consistent with this controversial building today, with how your office has done it for the last 20 years, the impression I get from the community is that they believe that it's not consistent. And I'm not thinking of a particular example. I said that was one approach we could go with this question is name an example. But I do have that impression that part of the problem is the community feels this is new and this is in response to this developer applicant. And if it is new, that's different than if this is actually following what the interpretation has been for the last 20 years.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. In fact, throughout my testimony, I talked about consistency being an important.
Yeah, I think you did.
It is important to me. And so we don't want to change longstanding ways of interpreting code sections overnight. That doesn't do anybody a service. If there's a concern that we're not measuring height appropriately or accurately, that's something that we can go back and look at. I'm willing to take an assessment about whether we're doing it correctly or not. And then also QA/QC some of the plans that we've approved to see if we are doing it correctly. So I don't want to sound defensive. That's not my intent at all. I think what I would encourage is feedback, like the communication I talked about a few minutes ago. If there are particular aspects of the code that community thinks we're interpreting or misinterpreting, that's valuable for me to understand so that I can take some affirmative action to resolve it.
Maybe this is the last question I have for you. I'm thinking about the comment about meaningful connections. I didn't quite expect the testimony to go the way it went. I'd mentioned the 2 buildings on Wisconsin Avenue. I mean, I've always thought that that was a meaningless connection, but I've also understood that that's been the interpretation for many, many, many decades. But there was the comment in the testimony about 2 buildings where I guess they're residential and the connection allows the buildings to be about 8 feet apart. And it does seem to me that that might implicate another policy in the zoning regulations, which is adequate light and air. And so maybe it's not so much about consistency, but do we, which might mean the zoning commission, need to take another look at the regs so that we don't end up thwarting one policy in the zoning regulations, adequate light and air, with another policy which allows a connection that and 2 buildings to be placed.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation, Chairman Mendelson, and something that also the Office of Planning should be advised of or participate in. They write the zoning regulations that ultimately the zoning commission adopts. So the unintended consequences, if you will, of like how certain things either interpretations are done, or in this case, how code is applied. I think that is something that would be valuable feedback, both for the Office of Planning in terms of taking things forward to the zoning commission, but certainly more directly the zoning commission themselves.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Hanlon. In the fiscal year 2023 budget, the committee increased the number of housing code inspector positions in the department from 27 to 56. My question here says in fiscal year 2023, I think we're now in FY24. The mayor had actually proposed in her budget eliminating some of the positions. We restored the positions and funded them. How many of these positions have been filled? And what, if any, outreach is the department doing to recruit people for the unfilled positions?
So thank you, Chairman. We may want to get back with a more complete response that breaks down all of our inspectors and the positions that have been filled so that it's clear and accurate.
That would be great. Say yes, please do that.
Yes, we will do that. We have in 2023, we've hired 13 inspectors. So we filled 13 vacancies. We do have turnover. And one of the things that I found in my last 5 months is that these positions are actually relatively hard to fill. In fact, the private market has a hard time finding inspectors as well. What we are looking at now is developing a strategy to change the way that we're actually recruiting folks. One of the things that makes it slightly more difficult to recruit and hire these individuals are the certification requirements, which, while important, may be presenting a barrier to coming in. And so the approach that I want to look at right now is how do we lower the barrier, get people in, get them meaningfully trained and exposed to the right things, certified, and so that they're on board and in our pipeline. So it involves a little bit more front end work, but I think it will increase our pipeline and fill our ranks with inspectors over time.
Do you need the council to do anything in order for you to do that, take that approach?
I do not believe we do. If we do, I'll ask council after my council, Office of General Counsel, if there needs to be any rulemaking that is associated with this. But I wasn't thinking that there needed to be. It's really a position description.
So it could be an HR issue.
I think it's an HR issue, but we'll verify that.
Will you let me know if HR is slow?
We, absolutely, they won't be slow. They've been working like gangbusters since I showed up.
First, I've heard that. Research consistently finds that a healthy organizational culture is critical to the success of any initiatives, policies, or interventions undertaken by an organization. How do you plan to measure the department's organizational culture? And how would you address any deficiencies in the department's organizational culture? How would you plan to measure, and how would you address deficiencies?
Chairman, that's a great question.
They're all great questions.
They're all great questions. And I guess I would start with this. When I was asked initially, before I took the helm of DOB, where would you start? And my answer was, I'd start with purpose. And I'll say that again here, that, and you mentioned it in your own remarks in the beginning, Chairman, that having a shared sense of mission where people are actually aligned on that is incredibly important. And it is the first step that we need to take. So my last 5.5 months or so has been spent in many ways assessing, but also assembling what I think is the most philosophically aligned group of senior leaders that I've ever had the opportunity to work with. It doesn't end there, because at the end of the day, from an organizational culture perspective, that shared philosophy needs to work its way all the way through the ranks to the folks that are in the field doing vacant and blighted building inspections or housing inspections or whatever it may be. So our work is cut out for us. But in terms of planting the seeds for a healthy organizational culture, it starts there. Other ingredients I would add would be having we must have an appetite for robust debate, for disagreement, for willingly accepting criticism. I welcome the criticism that we heard in witness testimony when I've gone out and spoken with folks in the industry. We don't need to be defensive about criticism. We need to listen to it. We, all of us as leaders, need to listen to it and try to understand from the customer's perspective where they're coming from. It may be that we just need to explain ourselves more fully. It may be that we've got a process that needs improvement. We need to listen to that stuff. And so we start with our leaders. We begin to, this is a disciplined approach that the DOB stat, which we've referenced a couple of times, the conversations that we have with the senior leadership team. I meet as regularly as I can with various working groups within the agency to have these kinds of conversations to make sure that people are comfortable being honest about things that they have observed. And what I found is that through the ranks, there are people that are eager for change. They are looking for it. They just want to know that we're going to be consistent in it. And so that's part of our message. Part of your question, Chairman, is how do we measure it? And I have to admit, I'm not sure how we measure the effectiveness of organizational change, except if we set what are our desired outcomes? What are the things that we want to do? We want to make sure that we're elevating public safety, that we're making sure that we're processing permits and we're seeing a willingness of the both from the residents that want to improve their properties and businesses that may want to relocate into or stay in Washington, D.C. Right now, I think some of the narrative is it's really hard to do business here. We're working to change that. So we have to figure out what are the metrics in there to measure. I think one measure is how many angry emails we get. That's a thing I'd like to see go in the downward direction. I bet you would too. So we need to take I think a multifaceted approach to looking at all those things. But at the end of the day, we need to measure based on our vision and the outcomes that we seek, and not just counting things that we do, but actually measuring outcomes.
Well, gosh, that was my next question. Which I'll read anyway. That was my next question. In performance plans for the last several years, the department has measured its performance via key performance indicators that focus almost exclusively on the timeliness of departmental actions, such as whether an inspection was conducted within a certain number of days and when the department received a complaint. While the committee believes timeliness is critical and should be measured and tracked, we've been very critical of the lack of KPIs measuring outcomes. So how do you plan to measure the impact of the department's enforcement activities on outcomes?
Thank you. I've been saying this since, my first day was May 8th. I guess it was May 12th that I said this for the first time in the agency when we had our first senior leadership team meeting. We need to rethink our KPIs, and we need to make sure that the KPIs that we develop and submit as part of our agency's goals are tightly aligned with mission, are tightly aligned with the outcomes we seek. There's an art to that because we have to think, I think, very carefully about how we set measures. There can be unintended consequences by setting certain measures. I care less about how many inspections an individual does per day and more about the quality of those inspections or the results of those inspections. So this is a process that is going to require, I think, careful engineering so that when we develop KPIs, we have a very good sense that that's going to influence operational behavior that's going to result in the outcomes that are best for the city, for our customers.
I appreciate that. And what's going through my mind is what I had mentioned earlier about the apartment complex in Ward 8 that the heat was off in the winter. And so there was an inspection, but there wasn't a quick follow-up inspection.
Yep.
Which speaks to outcomes. The department has relied chiefly on unwritten, informal processes to coordinate or communicate with other agencies. This can result in confusion among employees and lead to significant variation in the implementation of various tasks or activities. How have you or how will you develop other written agreements with other agencies to ensure clarity and consistency in interagency processes?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd say that the process, I don't have in my head how many active MOUs we have, but as noted in my testimony and from, I think, the messaging that we have been delivering today, clarity is critical. And so the development of clear MOUs that define roles, responsibilities, potential timelines and impacts and things of that nature needs to be thought through thoroughly. And we have already begun a very concerted effort of interagency. I don't know what the relationships were prior to my arrival, but I do know that my stance since showing up has been, at the end of the day, we're one government. We're all serving the constituents and the residents and the businesses and other folks that are in this city. And so we need to think together, we need to coordinate together, and our MOUs need to reflect that.
This year, the department signed a contract with a new organization to provide support for the proactive inspections. The contract funds 2 inspector positions and 1 administrative staff position for a period of up to 4 years. The previous contract with Veterans Contractor Assistance Support Services funded 5 inspector positions and 2 administrative positions. Why are we cutting resources for the program?
Thank you, Chairman. I've actually taken a look at that. It's the situation there. I'll hearken back to something I said a few moments ago, that the industry itself can sometimes find it hard to identify and bring on inspectors. So the contract is actually tailored to what the vendor can provide. Having said that, the contract language, I believe, and I'll double check this, allows for them to expand their contract if in fact they're able to bring on more inspectors and personnel. So we didn't actually cut it. We right-sized the contract to work with what the vendor was capable of delivering.
So the previous contract, because you changed vendors, the previous contract may have said 5 inspector positions, but there weren't 5 inspectors.
I cannot speak to that, but I'd be happy to get back to you in your office with historical data on that. But my understanding is that the current contract is just simply tailored to what the vendor is able to access in the marketplace.
And the current vendor is saying I can give you 2. And so you got 2,
But if
if
we, yes, sorry,
they can expand.
correct.
You said you were going to get back to me on some historical details there.
Correct.
Okay, so that's 2 things you're getting back to me with. I hope somebody's taking notes.
Somebody's taking notes. I think we're all set.
I think that's going to do it for me with questions. You can get back with the information.
I generally say close of business next Friday. That works.
Well, next Friday is actually, I think, 2 days from now. That works.
That's this Friday, next Friday. And I'm going to bring a Swiss Army knife and show you how they work.
All right. No, without the Swiss Army knife or the sledgehammer, but just the answers.
Thank you, sir.
That's going to wind down this hearing. Let me close it out. Been a hearing, in case anybody missed it, of the mayor's nominations of Brian Hanlon for Director of the Department of Buildings, Nicole Rogers as the Chief Building Official, Kathleen Beaton as the Zoning Administrator, Keith Parsons as the Strategic Enforcement Administrator. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, November 1st. Anyone who wishes to submit anything has until anything for the record or for us to consider has until close of business on Wednesday, November 1st. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified earlier. Their testimony was helpful. The time is now 4:31 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.